we left off, Wondrous Company, you guys were prepping your gear, getting your required information, and doing some side tasks, checking out the library, and making a little bit more progress despite one rage quit and a possible psychological break. Um, you guys managed to get some additional information, get yourself squared away, get some new sheets.
Most
Uh,
definitely.
right? Make some potential new friends in the chemistry lab, so on and so forth. Um, However, you guys found yourselves before going to briefing around noonish to 2. Um, you found the opportunity for a cross division and inter unit boxing match going on, where members of different units that happen to be stationed at this current post, if you will, opted to uh, entertain each other in some boxing. Mostly jovial and happy. Some people trying, some people just having a good time. And
Um,
upon hearing the call of the SOE,
Some people just getting dicked on.
yeah, upon hearing the call of the SOE being present and looking for a opportune challenger, the OSS's very own Wondrous Company stepped forward. In fact, 5 of you stepped forward. Well, 4 of you, 5 wanting to step forward. 4 of you stepped forward and got properly beat on
Fuck.
by 2 of the members. Um, Realizing that this might be a bit more of a challenge, you opted to heal yourselves. And the Kobold is stepping in for seconds, where he found himself once again engaging one of the members of the Special Operations Executive Lamplight Company. However, they decided to send forward their goblin. And last we left off,
He's a cheating bastard.
the
Yeah.
goblin and the kobold are currently swinging on each other.
Don't forget, you took 5 damage, Nikos.
I know. I'm aware.
Just keep punching him until one of the hits lands on the judge.
Well. What do we have here?
Either that or put him in a chokehold.
Let's see.
Let's see if I oriented my screen capture correctly to be able to show what is going on.
Just take a screenshot every turn.
Fuck, no. I think I got this working. Yeah. You know, it does this job. It does what it needs to. It's a small map, so this one's excusable. But, yeah, this works. Alrighty. Get the fuck out of here. So, last we left off, I believe we were on, let's see, where is our turn order? It was Torn's turn, in fact, as you swung a punch on him, and it hit, causing the bell on his around his neck to jingle, and all of the impact force, it hit him, but the actual impact of it seemed to catch Nikos square in the chin.
The fuck was that?
The fuck was that?
He just kind of grins a little bit, takes 2 steps back, and readies himself. Ha ha. That's something. I'd not worry about that.
I'm not worried about them.
Would you rather I take it off?
Yes?
He'll reach up, grab the bell, and give a little bit of a click and disconnect it from the sort of collar that he's wearing. And kind of holds it in one hand and will put it down into his pocket. How's that sound?
I don't like you, Tom, but... Okay.
Gives you 2 little gesture hands like, come on, come and get it.
Oh, is it my turn?
It is still your turn. You only had your action.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. So I still have the other part of my action and my bonus action.
You got a bonus action and a second attack if you do get 2 attacks.
I love how this conversation happened between punches. He's like, "Ah, okay, and he just started fucking swinging again.
Just like, oh, alright, man.
What was it again? It was just a D20 plus...
D20 plus your strength and proficiency mod for this specific one.
God, I'm so bad without my AI stats. Freaking. What did we decide that was? The plus was on that.
The proficiency.
Just roll a strength check and then add your proficiency.
Yeah, it'd just be roll basic strength and then add 3. Because at your current level, it should be +3.
Okay.
So yeah, if you just roll strength as a core stat.
Oh.
Ah,
Can I
Wow.
use my surgeon kit on Nikos?
you,
Since it doesn't get used up,
you
and the two of
can.
us aren't in combat.
You can, yeah.
Okay. So
It'll take you a little bit.
Yeah, we have a little bit.
Goodbye. Have fun.
Okay, so, no,
the first one was for the
See
regular
ya.
action. It was supposed to be strength, but I just rolled a d20. I don't know if you want to accept that. It's up to you.
we'll take the strength roll. So yeah, whenever you're doing that, you just do strength and then you add 3 to that. So that's a 20. Okay. Let me pull up his character sheet.
Can we just call Nikos healed up so I don't have to roll for enough
Actually,
HP
hold
to
on.
get 5?
I can use one of my like self heal abilities.
Don't
and it'll
don't
heal
waste
me
your
up.
actual abilities when I
mean-
can just infinitely heal you with the surgeon kit.
You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, it'll be. I get back on a short rest, and it's not like I'm on
So Kobold punches him once.
have it
sees-
gone for the mission.
Sees Nikos catch one in the jaw. They have this brief conversation, and he just winds up and throws a fucking haymaker at him.
Roll me a d4 and add your strength
Uh,
mod to it.
That's why I oughta.
5.
Ooh, okay.
Why I oughta.
You cock your hand back, you swing on him, and you catch him right in the side of the face and kind of knocks his head to the side as he recoils back and brings his arms up a little bit higher.
And then bonus action for a punch in the stomach.
Alright. So this one will just be strength, no proficiency mod.
Alright.
That'll hit.
2.
2 more damage. Alright, you throw another left jab, it connects with his chest. It's a basic little jab. Any movement?
Gonna press him.
Alright. He kind of takes a half step back, narrows himself off with you. Ah. Not been punched that much before. Okay.
Yes, I'm new to it too. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Ah. Right.
Yo, pick him up and elbow drop him. Yeah.
Give him the chair.
Would that be nice?
He looks at you guys suggesting
It's a
this.
fight. Nothing is nice.
He looks at you guys suggesting
Save the niceties
this
for when it's over.
and looks at Torin and just kind of lowers himself and is gonna lunge forward and go for a attempted grapple. Let's roll opposing strength.
Jesus.
Oh. Yeah, this little goblin tucks himself and tries to rush forward and go for your midsection, wrapping his arms around you. And
Suplex.
it seems kind of odd that you're able to just kind of scoot in place. Your claws kind of dig into the ground compared to his shoed feet. And you're able to just kind of take it and put your hands to either of his shoulders.
Kobold is going to like try to suplex him. He's in the perfect position.
Roll me strength at disadvantage. I like the perspective on the shots from the ground so they look a lot bigger.
Oh. They're just awkwardly grabbing each other now.
He's like trying to grab around his midsection. He's just trying to grab his shoulders and like wrap around his chest and lift him. And it's this odd kind of back
Put
and
your
forth
foot
struggle.
behind his and push him over.
Kiss him in the mouth.
Stop it! Just wait so hard to grab him.
I thought this was boxing, not wrestling.
You're gonna
Bonus
find
action.
I don't think there are any real rules here.
it is still his turn. You're gonna find
All right.
a arm that's going around your midsection, wrapped around your back, is gonna reach down and curl underneath your tail and try
Molest
to
him?
like pull your tail upwards and like pin it to your back in an uncomfortable position.
This sounds sexual.
And he's gonna try to right himself up. Well,
Didn't mean to do that.
essentially crimping your tail. Roll me a Constitution save. All right. Yeah, it's uncomfortable, but it's not hurting you as much as it should. It's just causing you a little more like fight or flight as he's trying to right himself up and pinning your tail against you. It is your turn.
Alright, just gonna fucking tackle him.
Yeah.
Just full charge. Molly's off balance, just try to body him.
Just try to lean forward and land on top of him.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's do opposing strength then again. Oh. Yeah.
The dice have reversed.
What seems like it should be a foot taller creature absolutely bodying another creature is still only a 4 foot against 3 foot tall creatures, so it's a very uneventful thud as the kobold flops on top of the goblin, pinning him to the ground. In sort of a... You're sort of straddling his stomach?
Yeah, that's
Roughly?
exactly what I imagined. And it's just gonna... I have bonus action now.
You
Just
do.
gonna wail on him.
I'm just gonna start wailing on him. Just gonna start punching him in the face.
Throw me a strength without proficiency added.
There's a 15 hit.
That'll hit. Give me damage.
3.
Alright. You swing another left jab at him and catch him across the face. He looks back up at you with a big old toothy, kind of starting to get bloodied grin, sharp-ass goblin teeth, just looking about as vicious as yours do when you start snarling. And he's going to reach both of his hands up and go for a grab of both of your horns and try to bulldog you to the left to get you off the top of him. Opposing strength checks?
You don't grab a kobold's horns.
You don't grab a kobold's tail either.
Sometimes you just gotta grab life by
Grab
the
his
horns.
ears.
Somehow Tori has found the one creature that he can actually physically overtake as he tries to bulldog you to the side and
If
gets
I
about a couple inches of motion before you yank your head back up and his hands slip off your horns. He's gonna use his bonus action to throw a quick jab towards your chest.
If I had rolled like this with the barbarian, I would have fucking been okay with her too.
Does a 12 hit your AC?
What did we decide it was? without the
So your
armor?
AC without armor would be 10 plus your dex.
So I'm at 15 AC with the dex and the stance.
Fuck. Alright, yeah. He punches and you just
Grab
kind of
his ears and play jump rope.
You quickly wacky inflatable dude kind of flail your upper half back and dodge it and then lean back forward into him. It's back to your turn.
There is no tact to this. He's just fucking bar wailing on his face like a drunken bar fight. Just left, right, left.
Alright, make me 2 strengths for your 2 punches. Oh,
Right
plus
into his
3
teeth.
to both of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first one doesn't hit. He ends up moving his head to the side and he kind of barely clip his ear. The second one, you go for another follow-up punch, and he's just going to open his jaw, and you, yeah, we'll just make it a 1. You take 1 point of damage as you kind of bite into the bear trap that is his teeth. You just kind of punch into it and hit one of his teeth. It probably hurts him a bit, but it hurts you even more. He just gives a big snarly goblin smile. You still have your bonus action and movement. Oh,
Bonus
shit.
action 12.
You try to punch again, it almost hits his AC. As he tucks his head to the side again and dodges it.
Alright, I'm not moving. Kobold is staying mounted.
Alright. He's going to... He's gonna try to give one more swing back up at you.
Does not hit.
God damn. Yeah, he swings at you and you're fucking able to recoil back and dodge it again, kind of push it to the side with one of your free hands. He's gonna bonus action reach down into his pocket, trying to get past your thigh, and you're gonna hear a quick little flick. Roll me a d6.
Okay.
Alright, let me... Huh. Roll me a d8. 1 being north. North, northeast, east. Okay. It's a flick, it's not a jingle, so... roll me a d10.
What are we doing here?
Alright, yeah, 5 feet works. The two of you find yourselves in a quick little, like, blink of the eye, poofing and dropping 2 inches back down onto the mat, 5 feet to the southeast. Just boom. And he's looking at you, a little bit perturbed and angry that didn't work. It is your turn.
I'm gonna turn to Hachu and say we should have learned how that anti-magic barrier worked in Sicily.
Yeah, you're probably right.
All right, the last one meets, or I think the last one hits. That was the bonus action. Yeah.
9,
Nine.
14.
Edge right there.
The second one and third one hit, so roll me another d4. Yeah.
So 3 and 5 damage.
3 and 5. So that is 8. Ow. Okay, yeah.
There is no tact to this. Kobold is just pinwheeling his arms. Just...
8 damage. Kobold's just flailing at him. He's managing to dodge a few and like kind of parry one to the side, but the others are catching him in the jaw, starting to bloody him a little bit. And he's still got this big kind of, despite his actions not reflecting confidence too much, he still has that big kind of snarly goblin smile.
Hey,
and
did the
grin
Revs
going.
see him teleport?
They did, but they don't necessarily care too much. They're having a good time.
Okay. Okay.
It's like a fucking chicken fight.
At this point, sort of.
I mean, when he teleported, Torn was still on him, so you know,
So
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
no
assuming,
harm really.
I'm assuming outside intervention's the only thing that's illegal.
Probably, yeah. He is gonna look at you again, and he's gonna kind of put his arms up to either side of his head, and he's just gonna throw a nice swift another punch up at you because, ow, get off.
Nope.
Bonus action, he's gonna throw another swipe at you.
Why do you have so much AC?
It's natural.
He's slippery. Your turn.
And I also am using one of my feats to raise my AC. They're officially 2 points.
Yeah,
so.
he's taking a combat stance that gives him +2 because.
All right.
Cheater.
All right. More pinwheel arms. Let's go.
Alright, more pinwheels.
Yeah. What do you want to do with that crit? That crit fail.
Ow, okay. So the bonus action, we'll do the damage for that first. Alright, 2 more damage. So you swing, he
Bipolar-ass
dodges
dice.
one, you swing again, it catches him in the jaw with a left jab, then you bring your right hand down again to try to, like, give a little hammer fist. Kind of baby hammer fist. And let's see if we can... let's put that under sleight of hand. Roll me a dex save. Damn. He tries to do this, like, head tuck to the side and, like, bring his arm up to wrap around your wrist, but you're able to yank your arm back out before he can pin it. Fuck. Okay. Anything else this turn, Torn?
Nope. Just gonna keep pinwheel arming until he stops.
Oh my god. Alright.
Didn't the police tell you to shout "Stop resisting"?
No, stop! Stop! He's already dead!
I want a dex save from you while he rolls strength. Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah! Okay, finally. Because you're kind of straddling him and you got your kobold-like legs to either side of his torso, your tail is kind of just hanging down between both of his legs. So he's gonna kind of coil his legs together and tighten them around your tail and, like, try to crimp your tail a little bit and bend it to the side. Let's go with a... you take 2 damage as he kind of crimps it, and then bonus action is gonna go for a shove. I need a con save from you. Fuck! He crimps your tail and tries to give a shove to your shoulders, and you just kind of take it and brace yourself and are still on top of him, but he's crimping your tail with his legs. Back
Wait.
to your turn.
You know what time it is?
Oh?
Pinwheel arms.
Oh god. More pinwheels, huh?
And doesn't he get a pack mentality?
And nothing hits.
He doesn't
His
get
turn.
pack tactics because there's no friendly within 5 feet of the enemy.
Yeah,
Only
his
when there's
turn.
an enemy within 5 feet, then you do.
You mean a friendly?
Ah,
Yeah.
Would
when
he
there's
get
a
pack
friendly
taxes?
within the enemy.
Oh shit! Didn't mean to do that. Would he? Oh no, because he's over there, so it's within 5 feet of the enemy. Never mind. So just slip around over here.
Would it count in this situation? Given, I mean, I don't know if it would count in this
I
situation.
mean, it would, but he's kind of outside of 5 feet of reach unless someone steps into the ring, which, I mean, if you want to entertain that idea.
Stick your arm inside the ring to get close enough.
Just stand near him and he gets better at fighting.
Is someone going to do that?
No.
How inside the ring is inside the ring? Do you think we can get away with
5 feet?
Hachu just kind of
Oh, wait a
hover
minute.
over them without touching the ring?
That's about 5 feet. That's any one of your guys' torsos and heads is pretty much going to be in the ring at that point.
I have a really stupid idea. How about I go invisible and sneak into the ring? And just hide them all the time?
Would that count?
If you want to take the chance.
That'll
Stop
be
trying
too
to
obvious.
cheat for me.
Stop trying to cheat for me.
I'd have to do something real stupid just so it won't be too obvious that there's outside intervention.
I'm telling you, you need to just, like, you're a real long guy, right, Hachu? You just need to kind of go way over, like, keep your hands behind your back, like you're just trying to get a closer look at what's going on.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And my head just extends to like an inch from him, and it's like, huh? Hey, how's it going? Hey.
Just curiously examining him.
Just I start touching him with my straight tongue and just like.
Is that
You're
what
like 2
you're
feet
gonna-
away.
Is that
Just
what you're
stick
going to
your
do is periscope lean over like you're trying to look closer?
Why not? Sure, it's good. Yeah, let's go for it.
Snake goes full height and is leaning over and cheering. I want all of you on the sideline, including you, Hachu, to make a perception check.
The guy behind you is mad. He can't see now.
9. Damn.
I was about to make the wrong fucking roll.
We need
There we go.
Hachu.
Oh,
That leaning in, sticking his tongue out, he can see. He understands everything.
And Leroy, I need
see
you
space and time.
You need me to what?
to perception check, please.
I can't.
Oh.
I'm still knocked out from the last session. I haven't been healed
Oh,
yet.
you are still asleep, aren't you?
No. Last session,
No,
I
no,
cast
yeah.
before we went
Yeah.
back.
Did you?
I cast.
don't
Yeah,
remember.
Yeah,
I cast prayer of healing.
He did prayer
on
healing.
the whole
Everybody's
party.
at full health.
It's the only reason
Oh,
Kobold
well,
is
let me go fix
functional.
that then because I don't remember that.
That was at the very end. I think we might have been kind of tapping out by that time.
Yep, I'm
Anyways.
let me get my health back up because I was at -5. That was fun.
Just to be clear, it is not my turn. I failed every attack roll.
Perception
I'm
check.
aware. Yep, perception.
What about Wilhelm? We need one from Wilhelm too. No. Oh, never mind. He got a 7.
Yeah, you got Wilhelm.
Always forget his profile picture isn't his
I
character.
can't perceive shit.
Damn.
Well, I have the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
Look at that handsome lad. Alright. As he's kind of periscoping over to look, Peter, you kind of notice on the opposite corner, the monk is kind of leaning in on the rope a little bit and looking kind of angry. Hachu, you notice the monk, but you also notice, way in the back corner, a very particular... You know what, here, I'll just, I'll DM it to you.
Oh God.
That Kobold is beating up our mascot.
Our mascot is beating up their mascot.
Mascot.
And we're going to turn this into a damn hockey ring here in a minute. Everybody's going to be fighting. Hey, hold him down. I'm a body slam him.
Jesus.
Gonna turn it into our Star Wars D&D.
Judges are passing chairs in the ring.
So, Torin, as you go, with the snake looming over you, you can see his shadow a bit. As you try to punch 3 times, you hit the mat twice, and he deflects the other one with his forearm a bit, and kind of looks to you with a big old toothy grin. He's just constantly maintaining this smile. He's gonna reach up and try to grab your horns again, and is gonna yank your head towards him, but is gonna constrict and try to pull your
Just
tail the
glum on
opposite
the mouth.
direction. Roll me
Oh,
a
kiss you on your
strength.
hot mouth. He's
Roll-
feeling romantic.
Strength save or just?
Opposing strength checks.
You are far too grabby.
Little goblin grabs
It's
your
coming
horns,
from you!
pulls your face towards his, and then constricts his legs and tightens them again.
It's the Boston Crab! Ah!
3 damage as he kind of is really hurting your tail and has currently got your head by the horns. Bonus action, he's gonna try to swing his head towards yours and try to headbutt you in the snout. Let's go with strength.
Get your head down and hit him in the head with your,
Ow.
Ouch.
ET sound, ouch.
You hear the skulls connect.
Luckily, it's
Ooh,
only
I've been there.
It's only 3 damage, but yeah, he's got you by the horns and just headbutts you right in the snout.
Okay, we're gonna headbutt him back.
Yeah, it's back to your
the
turn.
horns.
He still has you by the horns currently. You'll have to break
Yeah.
out of that.
Oh, well,
Unless you
He's-
just want to do opposing strength and try to headbutt him regardless.
well, because I was thinking he's pulling down. Why not just
Actually, yeah, you're right. He is pulling downward to hold it, so alright.
up to you? I'll roll what you want. I'm not trying to argue.
No, you're right. That'd be strength, yeah. Roll me a regular strength deck.
Hey guys, I don't want to alarm you, but
15, 16.
does that nun over there look familiar to y'all? I point out there's
where?
a
As he says
In the
that,
far
you
back.
hear a loud sort of goblin as Torin headbutts this goblin, causing him to let go of his horns for the moment.
What's the damage on the headbutt? Just
That'd be a
D4,
D4 plus your strength.
2.
2? Okay. Pop, pop.
All right. A left hook and a right hook. More pinwheel arms.
More pinwheels! Give me them
Oh.
pinwheels.
Hang on, before...
who you calling Pinhead?
2 more damage.
Yay! Kobold's just welling on this goblin. He's starting to get a little more desperate trying to block it. Back to the sideliners as you guys are kind of leaning over. Hachu, currently periscoped over these 2 smalls fighting, is looking over towards the far
Wait.
opposite corner.
I didn't roll with advantage. Oh well.
Oops.
You had one job, Kobold.
I know. Well, I only missed 1 hit because of it, but yeah.
We're stretching the rules of outside interference here, and you're not using it?
I'll use it next time. Just don't move your head.
What? Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Understood, buddy.
I really like the idea of the giant snake Hachu with his hands casually behind his back, just leaning way in.
Just like, hello.
He's got his tongue out. He's real invested in this fight right now. Like, very nice.
Whose blood do you taste more of?
Hachu pointed out the nun to us. Is it who I think it is?
How do you point this out, Hachu?
I try to like subtly nod my way to where they are in the room.
You like look back over towards them, and then you kind of like nod your head towards them in that direction.
Yeah, something like that.
I want all the rest of you give me a perception. Actually, give me an investigation. The 4 of you on the side. At his kind of head tilt.
God damn.
10, 8.
Damn.
Jesus, I can't roll for shit tonight.
Thank you. Somebody.
Hey!
Thank you.
I got a net.
There we go.
The other 3
How's
can't
that I
quite
get a
see
plus
because they're
6? He gets a
looking.
+1 and he gets a fucking net. Motherfucker.
They're looking over the crowd. You guys
Gonna
can't
be my
quite
only
see
nap for the
who
next 3
he's
sessions.
motioning towards or who he's trying to allude to. Peter, though, you lock right on with what he's nodding towards, and you see it clear as day. There is a about 6.5 foot tall British kind of trencher-looking guy with a very specific old-style gas mask that is like over his face, standing there with a rifle over his shoulder. and standing beside him is a somewhat smaller yellow-clad nun. And they seem a little bit tickled at what they're watching. However, let me roll here. Yeah, Peter and Hachu, you both kind of lock eyes as the gas mask tilts a little bit. You can tell it's looking right at the two of you, and the nun is looking at the two of you before she looks over to the other two on the corner, and then is starting to look at the goblin and focus on him.
I'm gonna go around to Leroy, and I'm gonna kind of actually take the effort to point out who we're talking about and say, we should go see what they're doing here. I think we may have had a little blue on blue.
Lead on, my Russian imperialist friend.
As you're saying this and you're kind of walking beside the kind of makeshift arena and starting to alert the others, you see the two of them start to stand up a little bit more. She takes a couple steps forward and she kind of gives a little raise of her hand and scratches behind her ear a little bit, and seems like she's kind of mouthing something to herself. And you see the ears perk up on the gnoll, who kind of stands a little bit straighter, looks to all of you, kind of dumbly looks back over her shoulder, and then looks back over towards you, and is starting to grit her teeth a little bit. And you see the monk starting to walk around towards the opposite side as you guys are walking. Not quickly, but is starting to slowly pace her way around. Back to the fight between you two. Torin, your rolls were... Let's see,
Why don't you
where
come
are
up
your
around
rolls?
here, Leroy?
That was a 14, a 10, a 16.
Make our way around.
So, you did your damage, okay. Goblin's gonna look back up at you, and you see his ears kind of perk a bit, as if he's hearing something while you guys are fighting. And his smile's gonna go away for a half second, and he gives a little, kind of more snide side smile. And it's like, it's been fun, alright. He's gonna reach down, and you feel him kind of reach into his pocket, and he will fall through the floor underneath you as you kind of drop to your hands and knees onto the mat, and it will just kind of fall through the floor and pop back up on the edge of the mat over here, just kind of and is starting to get to his feet.
I wasn't done!
The two of you walking around the side, what are you two doing?
Just going for a casual stroll around to the side, you know?
Eldritch blast across the.
Oh shit. So as you guys are walking, and kind of making your way around, the gnoll is kind of stepping off the stage and is starting to walk a little bit and is kind of slowly, casually getting between you and the two of them and crossing her arms looking at you. The goblin's backing his way up off and down the steps, and the monk is kind of walking with them, heading towards that direction.
Where are they going?
Running away, probably, because they don't want to talk to us.
You can't just beat around once I get warmed up!
The goblin's gonna kind of look back as he's walking over, and the monk is like almost right behind him, putting a hand on his shoulder, patting him on the shoulder once or twice. You'll see the big old gas mask lad takes a couple steps forward as Peter's starting to approach the gnoll, who's gonna take a few more steps towards him as well, starting to tighten her fists, and you're starting to see her muscle mass slowly kind of bulk up a little bit more as the nun is starting to approach too, looking a little bit more hurried.
Do I see any of this?
Oh yeah, you can see it pretty clearly. Kobold, make me a perception check, however.
Ooh, 9.
You don't notice the two in the back, specifically the nun and the soldier. However, you do definitely notice Peter squaring off with the gnoll, kind of looking to each other. Peter, But what kind of presents are you taking as you approach this knoll?
When she kind of bulks up and gets in the way, I'm gonna kind of sit down on the side of the ring and just kind of look at her and say, "So, how was your time in Sicily?"
That snarl is gonna get bigger and toothier and turn into a bit of a smile as her arms are gonna come uncrossed and start to turn into heavy fists that are kind of hanging at her sides. She is just actively kind of growling at you. As the goblin will come walking past the two of you, kind of staring each other down, the kobold's starting to walk across the stage to see what's going on.
Hang on, I wanna be clear. I'm not staring her down. Just kind of sitting here.
Okay. She's definitely staring you down. She's
staring me
you.
down, but I'm not.
Alright.
I'm just here. I'm here to talk.
Alright. Making their way through some of the chairs, the nun and the soldier walk up, and you are quickly able to see the soldier walk up behind Gummy and kind of gives a little elbow tap to the small of her back as she tenses a little bit, looks over her shoulder to him. He gives a small silent nod, and the two of them start backstepping just a little bit as she's kind of taking 2 reluctant steps backwards while, like, eyeballing you. Goblin will look over to you, Kobold.
Yeah, it's been fun, but I think Boss Man's saying we gotta go. If we see you again, take care. You fight like a pinwheel.
And you'll see a sort of jingle as he'll take his bell out of his pocket, connect it to his
Let's
collar.
try not to kill each other next time.
The gnoll kind of looks at you and snarls more, and you'll hear a very kind of heavy gas mask breath come from the soldier that's looming behind her.
No promises.
And he'll jingle the bell twice with a double flick of his 2 middle fingers, and the 5 of them will fall into kind of nice purple door squares that open up underneath them as they all drop down into it, and will leave the area as the dimension door closes up behind them.
The hell was that about?
Didn't you recognize those 2 in the back?
Who?
I'm gonna kind of look around at the crowd and say, perhaps I should not speak of it here.
Probably a good idea.
The crowd's kind of looking. Some of them are like kind of laughing and joking. Some of the guys are starting to get pretty deep into their L's or beers. The judges are kind of looking at each other like, the fuck happened? I don't know. Do I really care? I don't know.
I'm gonna turn
Whatever.
around and say, I do believe that is a forfeit!
The MP is standing here at the side, just kind of looks to the judges, looks to you all, gives a genuine shrug, takes his helmet off for a second, scratches his head, puts it back on, walks into the middle of the ring, and he'll motion for Torin to walk over next to him.
What? Oh, okay.
And he'll take, and being kind of nice about it, he goes down to 1 knee and will raise your arm all the way up with his, and will yell out, it seems OSS Wondrous Company have taken the victory today, whereas SOE has been what we've come to expect of the SOE. They've slipped away without saying goodbye. OSS, you have won a... kind of looks over to the officers sitting there. What'd they win again?
Doesn't feel like
A brand new car!
A new car! Hey, it's a Model A!
Oh my god.
It's taking 50 cal rounds. We're sorry. No.
It's a car, it's just not new.
Can I get it?
That's a range
No.
target, sorry.
The one of the officers looks down to the side, looks up, realizes they've already given away the couple like cases of beer that they were giving off as gifts. So stands up, pats some of his pockets, turns around, and some guy out in the crowd just gives a, here you go, Colonel, and tosses it to him. And you'll see him catch it and turn, and he's kind of red-faced and happy, kind of drunk in the cheeks, and will hold up a German broomstick Mauser, like kind of wiggling it in hand.
Right.
And the MP gives kind of a head tilt, a shrug and holds his hands up in a glove fashion, like, all right, toss it here. And he'll kind of yeet up and over the rope the broomstick Mauser pistol. He'll catch it, kind of turn it, and just gives a genuine, I don't know, here you go, kid, and will hand you a broomstick Mauser pistol, Tor.
It's a gun! Guys, look at with a gun!
That's
a good gun.
It's me.
That is a good gun. That is
Hey, watch
German
it,
gun.
watch it!
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, there you go, kid. And he kind of looks to all of you like,
years old.
watch him.
I'm 24 years old, sir.
Sure you are, buddy. All right, next up. Next, who? We have from the 27th Tankers. Please step on up. And you see a tanker taking his coveralls and wearing it like pants as he's tying the arms around his waist and starting to climb in.
Yeah, I'm gonna wave Torin out of the ring. And I'm gonna wave, try and get Wilhelm back over here.
No, I'm standing over here. I like it here.
It's time for us to leave.
I like it here.
Wilhelm, you start to notice a couple other tankers in coveralls walking up behind you. Big old British mustaches and stuff starting to occupy the corner that their buddy is going to be taking. In the opposite corner, you see a Royal Engineer starting to step up with a couple engineer buddies. Looked like some of the New Zealanders that were maybe running the bar earlier. He just steps in, takes off his helmet, starts to take off his blouse and get ready. And they start doing the rinse and repeat of another boxing match between two rival groups. As you guys are kind of motioned by one of the crowd, like, "Hey, come on, get some seats, get cozy."
Let's start making our way out of here. I think we have some things to discuss.
Did this thing come with a magazine?
It did.
With bullets in it?
Yes.
Is there one in the chamber?
I don't know. Do you check?
Great, I get to shoot myself in the head.
Yeah, we're gonna check the chamber real quick.
You do a quick brass check of the C98 Mauser, and you kind of cock it back halfway to look. Yeah, it's got one in the chamber.
He threw a loaded gun.
Hey, it's the 30s. People did that.
And we'll pan on over here. I'll switch up the music real quick. Let me get the stats
Wait, loser.
for your
Oh yeah, I forgot it doesn't have a magazine. It's fucking clip fed.
the early one.
No, there
is
are
in-
magazines.
The early
No,
one is
there-
in fact stripper clip fed.
There are magazine fed versions though.
Yeah, I gotta double check when the mag fed versions came out.
They came out in the 20s, I think.
Yeah, they were around by the 30s,
Actually,
so.
yeah, they
They,
were
they,
mag-fed.
they had the fully automatic submachine or machine pistol versions
Yeah,
by
the
now.
Yeah,
Snowfall.
with the stock on it.
Dude, what?
Well, the
psycho-
regular C96 came with a stock too, because it was one of those stock holster things. All C96s were like that, and I assume that's what he got it thrown in, right?
Yeah.
Was the holster? So yeah, you got a stocked pistol now.
Oh wait, is it the one with the? It's the one with the stock on it?
The
Yeah,
wooden stock
all
that
the-
doubles as a holster, yeah.
All the C96s are that, unless someone lost or broke the stock.
No, it was in the stock. Give me a moment. Let me pull up the stats here for it. If you want to punch this in your character sheet.
What did I do to
Wow.
deserve this?
You
While
won
you're doing
the
that-
boxing match.
I'm gonna kind of shepherd everyone into a quiet area outside this building when we get outside.
Is he gonna molest us?
Nosebleed is starting to get.
I mean,
a bit-
he is a priest, so I mean, that won't
I'm
be that
not Catholic.
I need to change.
Yeah.
Yo, blue Hawaiians taste really good, by the way.
Did
So, you know.
you guys see who that was in the back corner with lamplight?
No.
Nah.
So, y'all remember that that nun back in the catacombs, right?
The one I caught on
Mhm.
fire.
The yellow one?
Ah,
It was her.
and her
Had to
British
be.
soldier guy.
What?
So wait, was she working with them?
I would be willing to to say that I believe that for whatever reason, Lamplight was working with the Italians.
Why though?
I'm not sure. Perhaps it is
Well-
a case of the right hand not knowing what the left is doing.
Do you think we should bring this up to our benefactors?
Yes, we should.
I certainly plan to.
They can't be here. What?
Still, for now, let me fix you up, Thorin. I'm gonna, I don't know, cast a heal on you so that you're all fixed up. Since we're done with our fighting for now.
Let's give him a semi-patronizing tap on the nose with one finger.
Leech it. Just disperse of heal throughout you. You shimmer blue for a second. Blue-green.
No. I like being orange.
Never ceases to feel wonderful.
Don't go trying to hurt yourself to get it.
Do I look stupid to you?
Here's
Yes.
your stats for the C96.
Don't break your arm to get some more codeine.
760.
Yeah, it would not be the first time I have seen someone do such things.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, addiction can be a wild thing, especially when it's on a unliving person, but that's beside the point.
I kind of stare at you for a minute. And say, did any of you guys see anything else of interest with him?
Aside from the teleporting, not particularly.
Why can't we get Kit like that? That sounds fun.
I'm just saying that none probably got real close with some top to get like that.
I'm sorry, I don't think I saw anything. I had blood in my eye.
I'm gonna take a handkerchief and wipe the blood that's still there because the heal doesn't get rid of the blood
Heal
that's on
doesn't
you
clean you.
off your face.
Oh.
I don't know. How long do we have until we go to our briefing?
You guys got about an hour before the briefing.
Well, let's go clean up and then go to our brief.
So everyone kind of acknowledging what may have just happened. You all kind of get together and head off towards the barrack section. Head off to your rooms. You're able to clean, get dressed, get into your proper kit, put your full gear on, put your uniforms on, acquire everything you got, and basically slot yourselves up to how you are normally equipped. As you all meet back up in the hallway, now fully set and ready to go, and start making your way down to the first briefing room, as you all make your way into the what used to be sort of amphitheater of sorts. And you take some seats in the front and get kind of cozy. Seems like he's not there just yet.
Run into traffic or something?
It's just kind of an empty room with the dim lights at half dim for just a moment.
So, have any of you guys been to the Antarctic before?
Can't say that I have.
I'll give you a couple guesses.
The good news is it should be like fall there, right? Because it is, or summer or something.
What time of year is it? Isn't it summer here?
No, it's February.
Oh. Then yes, it is.
late summer. Can I roll a, I don't know, history check to see how much I know about weather patterns in
Sure.
the Antarctic? Come
The board
on,
does have
2.
Oh,
Damn.
You sure do.
was-
Wow. Okay. So
You know,
have
living in the
under-
Arctic, I felt the need to learn about its evil twin.
Right. So you do know that in the winter for the rest of the world is the summer for the bottom half of the world, and vice versa. Which you realize is kind of a good thing. Well, that means most lakes up north are frozen, and a lot of the land bridges, or ice bridges rather, between like Finland and Russia, or up in the Bering Strait are just covered in ice and got all kinds of heavy winter going. It's the opposite for the South Pole at the moment. Normally, before you even get to Antarctica, through the kind of only 2 mapped or known routes to get there at the moment, that's been discovered or fully landed on, you realize that during the summer for the rest of the world, the winter down there, you have a metric shit ton of ice that you have to break through before you even get to landfall, in quotations. But because of this, and it being summer down there, the ice sheets are going to be a bit thinner and a bit more receded, which means you'll be able to get a lot closer to, quotations, shoreline and mainland Antarctica without having to break through nearly as much ice to get there. That nice little kind of donut cutout. And I'll go to the map here, actually, and we'll use that. So if we scroll on down here to Antarctica via the South Americas and the Falklands, normally that little light blue area that's kind of colored in at the bottom there, normally you have to break through a lot of that to get to those deeper areas. That is receded back quite a ways at the moment, or at least should be, according to some mapping and understanding of the region. In addition, blizzards will be a little less common, and a little bit more space in between. In fact, there will be a couple days at a time where it's almost kind of just wind chill, like still, in clear skies. So it'll be relatively pleasant, or at least should be. At least as far as the Antarctic can be pleasant.
Well, speak for yourselves.
Well, hopefully it shouldn't be too bad for you. Or we'll just have to
Might
get
be-
off coats.
Might be a little warmer than Norway.
If it comes to it, I'll make the Cobalt over here scratch me off the deck of the ship with the ice picks once I'm frozen to it.
We'll just cast a firebolt at you. You know, I just realized, Craven knowing about us being in Norway makes a little bit more sense if he was working with Lamplight.
You're right. But wouldn't that be like giving information to a foreign government or something, right? Because he worked with the actual Italian government.
But at the same point,
It's not like Britain and Italy don't have normalized relations, though. It's not like
fair.
we're talking the Soviets here. For whatever reason, if we are charitable, and I have no idea what to think, we could say that they were on the mission and we were on the mission, and our missions just happened to oppose each other.
So what kind of briefing do you think he gave?
What do you mean?
I mean, they're here. Would they be working for the OSS?
No, they work for SOE.
But why are they here?
Doesn't SOE do things out of here too?
Yes.
Do they?
They do indeed. The SOE is a little bit more the... If we had to do it, you guys are kind of like the State Department working with the military, whereas they're more like Delta Force working with the military, to put it in a sort of modern status of like they're considered actual military, whereas you guys are considered government entities. So wherever there is military, the SOE is probably a lot more embedded or working with them, or more opportune to be working with them, whereas the OSS is only kind of working with certain branches as a parallel government entity to the military and intelligence. The SOE is like a specific branch of the military. As you guys hear... Sorry, I was also eating too, so I need an excuse.
Man, this is just a test.
Hey, there we go. Pew,
A lot
pew.
better than
As,
your
as you hear noises coming down the hallway, Torrent opens fire.
Torrent fucking desk pops himself. Ah! Do keep in mind, those are the only 10 bullets you have for it for right now, so...
Yeah. I was about
eventually
to
have to
ask
acquire
about
some
that.
763 at some point.
Oh,
You can buy that in the commercial market.
Sure, totally. Yeah, oodles of 763 floating around.
At
But
this
there
point in
is!
time, yes, there is. It's the
Actually,
second
yes.
most common pocket pistol cartridge.
Yes.
We could always do the Ascari mission, and then you could probably find a lot of German ammunition.
Ooh, very true.
It was next on the list, but we weren't allowed to pick.
This one came up as priority.
Your mom came up as priority.
Someone really, really wanted us to go to Antarctica and freeze to death.
Yes.
I don't know what you're talking about, but you're fine. I don't know why you're complaining, because you are from
We're gonna
snow.
be
I
taking-
am not.
We're gonna be
We'll just take a whole bunch of
taking
mirrors.
turns casting firebolt on Hachu to keep him
We'll
warm.
just get a whole bunch of mirrors and give him a mirror collar, so that way he walks around and the sun's rays just reflect in on him and he's good.
I don't know how to tell you.
I
I don't know how to tell you this, but sometimes the sun is cold.
Yeah.
No, the sun's never cold. Sometimes the air is cold, but radiation from the sun can still warm shit up.
No, it doesn't. I
I've
swear.
experienced cold sun.
It does not. Mister,
Black
Mister,
hole
I live in the
sun.
Southwest.
Watch you come
You know I'm from Rhode
and
Island, right?
Wash away the rain.
Yeah, you've been gone too long, and also Rhode Island doesn't get real cold.
Black
Negative
hole
40?
sun.
With wind chill.
It
For
gets-
like a day.
It gets
I've
pretty
been-
cold.
I've been to -10, and that sun feels cold, so I can only imagine worse.
I've been to -50 for a week straight.
Oh my god.
I put ice cubes on my nipples once, and that was pretty cool.
I'm sure I had
For the internet to behold. Doc's
Not
right
my
here
fetish,
just
but
sitting
you
at
do you.
everybody else.
Whatever gets you going,
Hey,
man.
I laid on
One
laminate
time at
floor in
band
the middle
camp-
of summer. That was the coolest and best feeling ever.
I do need to pee again.
Go for it. If you want to get
Good
a
luck.
drink or take a quick piss, go for it. Now is your chance.
Okay.
Take time.
Man, I got something
Springtime
called
for Hitler and Germany.
I got something called Virginia Lightning, which is I think it's a moonshine.
It's not moonshine, you pay taxes.
But that's what they fucking call it.
Website? Fiverr.
Fiber,
No fiver.
corn whiskey, natural grain spirits,
Fibromyalgia.
natural flavors made with real apple juice.
Ooh.
Made in Virginia. If the name wasn't a giveaway.
This is it. Good luck, Leo. Good luck, Max.
Oh no, what are you doing?
We're gonna get copyright struck for this, and you know it, Knox.
Will we?
Yes.
You think so?
Probably.
For springtime
Yeah.
for Hitler?
It's UMG,
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude.
probably.
You think UMD will do it?
Yeah, probably.
They definitely will.
Mhm.
Yeah, I suppose. I
If
don't know,
not
I've played
them,
other
it's somebody
stuff.
claiming to be them will.
I've played other stuff, but yeah, you make a point.
Can't wait
It's
to be
so
brought up in
catchy
a.
though.
I can't wait to be brought up in a court trial about this later. So, your name is Hotshoe Johnson on the internet, right? No.
It's
No.
technically incorrect.
That is
No,
one
it's
of my
NASA
many
Wonkist. Now, come on.
personas.
It's NASA Wonkist. Now move to the next question. It's not relevant.
You go full fucking King of the Hill with it, like Del Gribble. I am Hotshoe Johnson.
I am him. I am him. I am him.
Mr.
I am Hachu Johnson. I'm NASA Onkus. I'm Archangel 23, Archangel 24, Archangel 25, Archangel 26, Archangel 27.
Y'all kept changing that for a while in the redacted server, like the main one. Somebody would keep changing the number behind my name and see how long it'd take me to notice.
We got up to 36 once without him commenting on it.
I probably noticed it and I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And just kept going.
I spilled macaroni.
Oh no!
Macaroni.
Macaroni
Yes.
and shells.
Session
Yeah,
over.
Chicken strips. Oh.
And the oh,
Chicken strips. I'm gonna start playing Nugget on a Biscuit now. Get copyright infringement from friggin' Tobuscus.
what is he gonna do? He lives in his car. What is Tobuscus gonna do? What is?
He doesn't
what
live in
can
his.
he
Is
do?
Tabuscus
He
still
doesn't live in
relevant?
his car.
No, he hasn't been relevant for.
Oh
like,
hell yeah, Cowboy Ken! This guy makes some kick-ass fucking food.
He's making enough to live, apparently.
Oh, big time. And then
I love the video that he did with Uncle Roger, and they're just constantly bouncing off each other the whole time.
You ever hate when you go to shit and it's just a big fart?
Yeah.
Hey, one second, I might lose you guys real quick because my internet. I'm switching back to my regular internet right now.
Okay.
I lost internet, but luckily we have a Wi-Fi hotspot, so I hooked up to that.
Nice.
A Wi-Fi.
Now I'm a Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's turning back into the ferry. The ferry came back alive.
Is this Leroy in the 80s?
Oh yeah, DM.
Yeah.
Leroy out here
Back.
competing with
Once you're back, I'm gonna roll a history
competing
check
with
on
the
that
Colonel.
Who it belonged to, where it was made,
Goddamn.
when it was made,
Yeah,
why
I
it was
think he
made.
did. The Colonel.
A video comes out, we just honored to have you all watch it. And what are we talking about?
You got to be careful. He's won a shootout.
Yeah, Colonel Sanders did win a shootout. So
You know where Colonel Sanders got the phrase "finger licking good," right? He was smoking Panzers in his M10 Wolverine in Normandy.
Anybody else want to join a fantasy football league?
Nah, he was too old for that.
I'm too poor for that.
I'm sorry, I don't do gambling.
What? It's a $20
I don't
buy-in.
care about the sports ball.
Hey,
That
DM,
too.
I just nat 20'd on that history check on the
You
gun.
know what? You fucking
Have fun with that.
goblin. You German goblin.
hey, if there's a goblin on my team, I'm gonna just go real stomp on its fucking head real quick and it's
What
sleep.
you got against
goblin
goblins?
nuts.
Goblins can be cute sometimes.
Yeah, when they're dead.
I expect a detailed paragraph at some point in time.
Well,
I
you guys
want,
are
a
sitting by.
necklace of goblin earrings.
Is everyone back? Everyone here?
I'm.
Nikos, Hachu,
Maybe.
I
I'm
need
here.
a 5-minute bathroom break.
Peter, Tor. You need a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yeah.
We've been on a
We
5
did
minute.
that
were
5 minutes
waiting.
ago.
Yeah, but
Bro,
I feel like
just-
I'm about to shit my pants.
Go take a shit. dude.
You're gonna join us.
If you don't have a shit bucket, you're not serious about D&D. Why the fuck did you roll a 30, Torin?
I was rolling for history on the pistol.
Oh,
So now Luke is going to have to
Yeah.
Give me a lot of information on this
Yeah.
pistol.
I was gonna start reading the Wikipedia. Actually, no. Just bring up the C and Arsenal video about the C96.
Oh,
I'm
God.
just gonna get forgotten weapons. We'll just watch that.
No, like
No.
like,
It's a
who owned
20. If you
it?
got like an 18, you do the Forgotten Weapons video. You got a 20, you got to do the C and Arsenal one because it's an hour and a half long.
God, Yeah.
But no, we're talking about we know what it is. No,
Yeah.
like
No,
who
this is
owned
the
it?
history
what
of
truck
it.
did it come from? Like why? Like how did it
I-
wind up in some
give-
drunk's hands in the
Give me a
crowd?
moment. Let me
To know the
acquire
history of this
stuff
exact
here.
firearm,
Yeah.
this specific serial number.
Yes, this specific serial.
You can trace the metal all the way back to the mines it came from.
Yeah, the time and day to the second when it was made.
Let me see.
Apparently, Twitter is being banned in Brazil.
It is
Fun.
because it's allowing free
Who
speech.
cares? I'm not in Brazil. Who cares? I don't use Twitter.
I didn't realize how many artists I follow on Twitter are Brazilian. It's like a third of them.
Yeah.
The cute anime girls doing weird things genre of Twitter is just decimated by
I
this.
know.
What is weird things, Matt?
Shooting
is weird
guns,
things?
flying
Shooting
airplanes,
guns,
making
airplanes.
sausages.
Yeah.
You know,
Hanging
just
out on a tank and like complaining about
stuff
the
you wouldn't
heat.
expect anime girls to be doing.
Painting burly man on B-29 bombers.
Right.
No,
Average
usually it's anime
Moe.
girls painting other anime girls on the
What?
sides of B-29.
No, why would they do that? No, you don't paint other anime girls. You paint the opposite. You do like really chiseled like American men.
You know all anime girls are lesbians, right?
Oh yeah. Wouldn't that be fucking hilarious though? Instead of like the paper doll and all that, you just get like Chad like men on
They
the
are in
planes.
Brazil apparently, so.
Alright, let's see here. Once we got everyone back, I can
Yes. B-29 Hunky Steve.
Hunky Steve.
Here, I'll put this in memes for you guys.
Hung Harold.
Hang low.
Apparently, violating the Twitter ban in Brazil is going to be worth a fine of 20 grand.
Wow.
Dang.
20 American grand?
Yeah, American grand.
Jesus Christ. So, damn, I am sorry about that roll.
No, it's all good. I actually
But I
found
had a
something kind of cool
feeling.
here.
I had a feeling it was going to be that way, you know, just that gut feeling. You're like, I'm
It's
going
all
to
good.
roll really well on this history check.
Once we got Leroy back, I'll give the expose of you pulling out your Mauser and looking at it. Actually, Leroy's taking a shit. I don't think he too much worries about the pistol. Well, yeah. Everyone else good to go?
Yes,
Lore
tell
dump,
us the
lore
secret
dump,
deep
lore dump.
The secret lore of the pistol.
Torn comes out of his room dressed. He's got the gun in pieces. He's like,
Look at this, 5-minute explanation.
As you guys are sitting there in the amphitheater, Torn has a wooden stock for a holster on his left hip now for a nice cross draw, and opens up the little wooden handle on the back, or wooden stock butt, and pulls out the pistol and starts kind of manipulating and looking at it, playing with the hammer. It is your typical standard straightforward Mauser C96, serial number 20878, one of the early ones. It's got the proper stamps and seals. However, you notice on the left side of the upper receiver, there is a English crown stamp and a big capital U underneath it, stamped into it. God, with that nat 20. This was originally owned by British officer at the time, Second Lieutenant Arthur William Swanston. Let's see. He has had this pistol since 1900. Let's see. Belonging to his unit, and you can tell by looking at this and kind of scratching the stock, though you're somehow able to tell by your your meticulous observation of wooden weapons from the Boer War and other British expeditions into Central and Southern Africa against the Boer and the Zulu and things of that sort of creed. This was a privately purchased firearm by the officer likely in the Boer War, and you get the notion that he was part of the 6th Dragoons. Judging by some of the wear and tear on it, it definitely spent a good amount of time in South Africa and Central Africa. It seems like it floated around a little bit and was probably stuck in storage for a good while, judging by the fact that there's wear only on the right side, which would note it was probably wrapped in paper and was sitting on that paper packed away for a good while after that use, which allowed the oils on the hand to really set into the wood and kind of recolor the metal a little bit at some of the strain points. Looking at the barrel and the threading, you can tell that it's kind of got that darker wear around the end of the barrel that notes it's probably had a good few rounds put through it. It's definitely worn in. It's gone through anywhere from 600 to 800 rounds maybe put through it over its lifetime. You also...
I'm listening. I'm just typing all of this.
Oh god. Alright.
Is he putting it in the description of the weapon on his character?
Oh my god.
It pops up every time he uses it. God. Looking at it here, it seems it went from the original owner, which you can assume was a infantry officer in Africa and in the Boer War, into storage for all that time. It looks like it has been dug out and only been used and like carried around, mostly in its stock, as is evident by the wear points on the inside and outside of the stock, and on the corners of the magwell and the detachable magazine having a specific kind of ring around it that would note that it sat in the magwell for a pretty long time without being taken out. It's probably if you had to gander, family heirloom. Likely the person that tossed it out from the crowd, being a bit rowdy and a little bit tipsy, if not drunk, didn't realize that they tossed their dad's like Mauser up as a gift.
Whoops.
However, if you had to gander, it seems like the new person who owned it didn't take too awful much care of it, as there is a little more wear on the back of the pistol grip where the stock would mount to it, that would kind of note that they didn't know how to mount it and kept trying to like cram it on there and just couldn't get it to work, so they never actually seem to have used the stock as a stock. They only used it as a holster. Let's see.
You're flexing.
How dumb do you have to be to do that? It just slides in there. What? Huh? Whatever.
He was drunk when he gave it up. He's British. He's probably drunk all the time.
Yeah. So you have a 6th Dragoons Boer War South African conflict British C96 Mauser of private purchase and approved by the British Arms Arsenal.
That some poor soldier is going to come up to you and grovel asking for it back in about a month.
Oh my god. It's going to be a minor plot point.
Or some other officer is going to be like, yo, I will do anything for that pistol. That's a nice pistol.
I'm sorry, it was my dad's, and now my mom wants it, and I'm sorry, man.
The worst part
Can
is
you please give it back?
Probably give it back.
Just ask him to get you another one. A Schnellfeuer this time.
All right, and just so you know, while we all are sitting in that dome waiting for the guy to arrive, the kobold has narrated all of this while just idly taking it apart. He's just rambling on every fact. He just knows.
God. I love it.
I read it in a book once.
Interesting.
I get it.
Well,
he's just like that wall from Norway, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, he's giving you the,
Honestly, it was kind of crappy even for construction of the time.
what is it? The Ian Colmes, whatever, like coverage of this pistol. The door will
Ian
open
McCollum.
up. McCollum, thank you.
Of ForgottenWeapons.com.
Yeah, forgot what.
And with Jonathan Ferguson, keeper of firearms and artillery at the give the whole
Yeah. As you're doing this, the door will open up, and stepping in will be Swinton, looking a little bit more tired and hurried. He's not wearing his garrison cover. His hat's not quite, or his hair's not fully kind of done in with like the gel that he usually does.
He hasn't coiffed it today.
He hasn't coiffed his hair, but his uniform's squared away for the most part. He'll walk in
Is
with
he hurried
some.
or harried?
I'm gonna fucking.
Is he hurried or harried?
I'm gonna smack the shit out of you. Hurried. Walks in, goes behind the little podium, and sets down a couple of the manila envelopes and pulls out some of the picture cards. and
Before you
flips
start,
on-
I'd like to make an addendum to our report about Sicily.
Now? Oh,
Lamplight was supporting Craven in Sicily. From SOE?
he squints at you really hard. What do you mean?
We ran into the nun and the British soldier guy at an event on campus here.
You mean the boxing thing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna reach over and put my hand on his mouth. that's probably an unauthorized event.
Boy,
At an event on campus just a couple hours ago.
Right. Perhaps if you're ever in a future predicament where subtlety is paramount, perhaps Mr. Levencroft should be the third to speak. Very well. So, are you saying the SOE was present in Palermo?
Actively working with Craven and the Italian army, da.
And you're sure of this?
As sure as I can be of anything.
We didn't see the goblin or the other two there. You guys
We
just
did.
spotted the nun.
We did see the nun and the
The
soldier.
gas mask guy.
Was SOE supposed to be there? Do you even know?
I am not allowed to be privy to the SOE's operations and jurisdictions or their involvement. And arguably, while I am curious and happy I do know now, there's obvious reasons none of us are supposed to know what the SOE are
Hello,
up
my
to.
name is Wilhelm Schwartz.
In future, it might be a good idea to have someone who knows both, so we don't conflict with each other again.
I will see what I can do about that. I'm assuming it wasn't the most pleasant of engagements from what you described.
I wish I'd seen her. I got a
We
good look
set
at her
them on
face when I
fire.
lit her on fire.
You actively engaged members of the SOE of Lamplight Company.
We didn't know that. They were waking up the dead people.
And they were working with the Basagliari and Craven.
Yes.
Very well. I'll see what I can forward with that, and see what ears will be receptive to this information. I'll also add it to our own, and we'll keep a ear to the ground. That said, if you should see any, just between myself and Wondrous Company, if Lamplight should be involved in any way in future operations, I would highly suggest exfilling the area, ceasing the operation, or finding your best way to avoid additional confrontation with them. But
So kill them all.
They do seem unnecessarily aggressive.
The SOE has taken a more direct approach in their operations, including training foreign commandos and other various espionage activities that we can't officially get involved in. However, I am curious why there would be in Palermo. That part is definitely a mystery to me.
The only thing I trust them with is to tenderize a cube steak.
Well, that's specific. Okay.
I believe the alleged Knoll of their party would be rather fond of that.
We noticed.
Very well, I will forward that along. Obviously, as you acquire new information, do report it immediately. I'll see, what I can perhaps look into. However, that will need to wait, as I have 2 dockets
leaving.
here to deliver to you.
Before we get on with that, is there any other groups besides Lamplight that we could possibly run into out there so we don't commit another blue-on-blue accident out of confusion?
Well, of the ones I am familiar with, or at least know of their existence, there is Lamplight Company, who acts on a more international level. There is Matchstick, which is a, to my knowledge, more domestic group of more mining and earthy involved predicaments. I believe they consist mostly of SOE's dwarves and engineers. I believe,
and I'm digging.
I believe there is also a group, obviously the OSS here, with Wondrous Company being second company. We are attempting to branch open a 3rd company. However, that is yet to be seen. In addition, we have become familiar with a group who both myself and my co-director will be attempting to reach out to. They are Australian born. They call themselves the Pink Gang. And Torn, you might be somewhat familiar, perhaps. They are a relatively well-known group of kobolds that have lasted much longer than their lifespans would suggest.
They use dark magic.
They know nothing of real dark magic.
But throughout their existence, they have proven very, very capable at acquiring persons for many different entities, governments, and individuals throughout history, and have only become more upfront and open about their existence. We are hoping to reach out to them for some future endeavors.
Immortal Kobold Bounty Hunters. That's very interesting.
I don't know about Immortal, but the Pink Gang was rather involved with the American Union and the Yankees back in 1860. They were involved in a peculiar incident ranging during the 1890s, and they were at the frontmost of a certain assassination attempt, or at least the first 2. As you know, the effects that would cause the Great War. Thankfully, they didn't succeed, but it seems someone else did. However...
So,
Well, that's dire.
You want to work with the Black Hand?
Did they name themselves that, or...
No, we
give
believe
them
they're
that?
actually named after their leader of the group, who simply goes by Pink. We believe each of their members go by the color of their scales.
How...
Well, that's a bit cliche.
How
Well, Orange, what do you think of that?
Mango.
Do not call me Orange.
Okay, Tangerine, have at it.
You know what? Orange sounds better.
Well, you said not to call you Orange, so...
I have a name.
Okay, Plum.
Orange.
The hell does that
Orange.
one make sense?
Anyways,
First one that popped in my head. Sorry.
with that
Make
being
you tie your
said,
shoelaces together. Oh, wait.
You just grab him, turn him into one of those balloon animals. Like
I
at American
see.
Coney Island.
I see all of you are getting along quite well. However, if we may proceed with the briefing, I do have somewhere I need to be.
Oh, yeah. Can I get a gammon bomb?
What was that, Torn?
Can I get a gammon bomb?
I didn't know you knew those existed.
If you
Please.
if you file the paperwork, you can acquire one from the armory before you depart.
I don't have time for the paperwork.
It's
Don't you
simply
love
a
paperwork?
signature.
My signature is very long.
How many litres is
yes,
Torrin?
you, as Wondrous Company, you do have access to what is available at the time. If you feel a need for that in this mission, then you are welcome to acquire one. Anyways.
I feel bad for this guy.
With the recent information that has come out, the Antarctic expedition, or the second Antarctic expedition of Germany, seems to have gone underway sooner than it was supposed to. It's supposed to take place a few months from now, if not next year. It would seem the MS Schwabenland II, aptly named after its predecessor, the Schwabenland 1, or precursor, the Schwabenland 1, which resulted in a successful but albeit disastrous expedition into New Swabia, or Queen Maudland. The MS Schwabenland II was chartered to do the same, being led by a Captain Alfred Richter, who we have little to no information on truly, and can't find much information on. However, he seems to be Germany's... I want to call him an Imperial, much like yourself, Wilhelm, but he seems to have been working with new powers that be.
He's not an Imperial.
Former...
He is a opportunist.
Opportunist.
All he is.
He's taking the opportunity to take this expedition to Queen Maudland and map out more of New Swabia for Germany, and I'm assuming the international scientific community.
Community.
You know what I meant. However, the understanding of this is they have gone missing. The ship has completely disappeared while passing between the island of St. George and the Falklands. This is, of course, a point of concern for the entire international community, but as well as ourselves. As you can understand, we pride ourselves on keeping track of all naval traffic through that corridor, specifically via the Falklands and our various silent listening posts scattered about. That is where we come to the problem here. I realize we've gone over this, but it's a simple recap. Deception Island, our southernmost listening post of that strait and the Falklands Island chain, has gone silent, and has been silent for quite some time now. Obviously, it comes with the name Silent Listening Post. However, we do have regular check-in intervals, and it has missed 2 of them. This, being concerning, means that we need to explore the island. However, the island is unable to be landed upon with any aircraft, nor can we justify parachuting troops or flying troops to it. So, we would require you to take a quick charter on your plane to the Falklands, where you will be briefed up by Captain William Harbrow, the captain of the redug HMS Lance, a early destroyer which will be your main mode of transport for this expedition. You will float your way south, and you will make your way to Deception Island, where you will investigate.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, what was the name of the guy on the lance?
Captain William Harrowbrow.
Harrowbrow?
Harrow, Harrobrow.
W. Spasiba.
You will float and travel with him to the island of Deception. You will investigate the listening post and report back to the ship with what you have found. After that, the ship will then forward said information while remaining docked at the island. There is a rather effective hiding area for ships in the coastline. While docked there and forwarding the information back to the Falklands headquarters, you will all mount the modified Fleetwing F4 that we have acquired for you. You will fly that south off of the modified catapult that will be mounted to the destroyer, where you will fly south to the Antarctic Expedition's last known location.
Did he say catapult?
Yes, a airplane catapult.
Yeah, and I got Pickerel.
Hmm?
In-game images. Pickerel. Pick-related.
Yep. You did find an image. Nice.
I'm safe.
You will take this plane where you will be afforded one pilot. He will fly you to the last known position where you will scout the waters. If you find no evidence, you will then proceed to the reported and planned landing and travel site of the Schwabenland.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that type of seaplane is called a monoduck.
Monoduck, Fleetwing's F4 Seabird. The sea version is called the Seabird. When it's not seaworthy, it is the Monoduck.
No. Monoduck is that type of seaplane. The single engine.
Oh, the single engine
seaplane.
on top? Yeah.
Yeah, that's called a monoduck.
God, that's so ugly.
Classy.
So I'm still hung up on catapult.
Yes, we have modified a catapult to be affixed to the back of the destroyer so that you may accompany a seaplane.
How else do you think planes fly off the back of boats?
Very carefully.
They're not really supposed to.
Well, we have found a way to do so. However, if you cannot find
Or the
evidence
fact
of the
that there's
ship,
several fleet carriers around at this
and
point, but
you then proceed to backtrack the area that it was planned to land and go about, you will look for the Schwabenland 2. Upon discovery, you will investigate and figure out essentially what happened. Where did it go? What is the presence of the crew and why?
Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from? Cotton Eye Joe.
What information you can acquire. After that, you will return to your plane, return back to the Lance, mount back up, and float your way back to the Falklands for a proper debriefing. However, there is one caveat to be added to this mission that makes it not as straightforward. We are of the understanding that, essentially yes, we are on the understanding that a assorted number of German U-boats have been spotted in those same waters.
Assorted number.
Wee-boats or U-boats?
U-boats.
How many can they have? Weren't they all destroyed after the last war?
Not all of them, or perhaps they have proceeded to make new ones. We're not sure.
Define assorted number.
There is trace reports of 2 being spotted off the coast of the southern Falklands island chain at one point. There is also a report of a ship being attacked from 3 directions by torpedoes. There is also one ship being attacked by, luckily, a dud torpedo that seemed to have been coming from directly underneath.
Cool.
This Captain Harrowbrow, does he have experience with anti-submarine stuff from the last war?
In fact, he does. He patrolled the English Straits during the Great War, and albeit a much more capable ship than he has been fitted with currently, but he is rather adept at keeping you afloat. Or at least I would hope.
Keeps your mother afloat.
One would hope.
However, that is all the that is about all of the main information we have for this. Pretty straightforward. Fly down, hop on a boat, mount a plane, explore an island and see what happened to a listening post, debrief on that, and proceed your way to track down the Schwabenland. Then fly
Clear.
back, mount up, and report back.
Clear as mud.
I think it's pretty straightforward.
If we find the Schwabenland, do you want us to just shadow it, or just be like, yep, there it is, and leave?
Use your own discretion. If it seems like it is still afloat and continuing its mission, shadow and investigate. If it seems to have perhaps taken damage or be in a situation, then you have full authority to confront it or perhaps gain their attention and speak with them. Obviously, being Wondrous Company, once you are on your own, you will have full jurisdiction as to, well, how you proceed.
Do you want us to try and steal it if this Captain Richter is amicable to the concept of defection?
If that is a option, that would be quite rewarding, actually, yes.
Steal the boat, got it.
If you can steal the boat, that would be rather fitting. If you need scuttle it, if you need ransack it for what information you can, if you need to rescue them and send them on their way with good wishes, you have command authority of this situation, as you won't have contact with anybody once you depart, aside from hailing the ship that you take off from.
Steal the boat, got it.
So with this one, there is no need for subterfuge. We are there as British personnel.
There is no need for subterfuge, no. The German
A
Navy
pity, I was
knows we're
hoping to-
there, and we know the German Navy is there.
A pity, I was hoping to raise a giant Jolly Roger like in movies.
I mean, if you should wish to, you may. However, that may make you ample target for any French in the area.
Gonna show up to the requisitions officer with an odd request.
Is this almost piracy thing is English tradition, bah? You do it for many centuries.
To an extent, although we usually hire the pirates, we don't become the pirates ourselves.
I remember
man.
HMS
Tell that to
Francis.
Drake.
However, Wondrous Company, you do have command authority. So, obviously, you will be under the jurisdiction and command of Captain Harbrow while you investigate the listening post, as that is his main task. His secondary task is to ensure your safety so that you may search for the missing ship. So, you will be under his command until you depart his ship to search after the expedition. I hope you'll respect that authority, as he is rather experienced and a very accommodating officer. I believe you will get along quite well.
Make my dortoir.
However, is there any other information, anything else that you perhaps wish to ask, acquire about, or anything I should put in for order for you before you leave later this afternoon?
You should, it's not for this afternoon, but you should probably assign someone else to the Southern Hemisphere intelligence. One guy is not enough for a whole hemisphere.
What do you mean?
I went and visited his office while looking into some things. Prior to this, you have, my understanding is you have one person assigned to everything south of the equator that isn't under threat from Japan.
We should have more than that. I will look into that. Thank you.
Could you give me a
They're
couple of
all
boxes of
amazing.
763 by 25?
Any ammo that you require for your weapons that you carry will be issued in full, yes.
It's gonna be the first thing Torin asks the Swabbin Land crew.
German bullets, please.
763 by 25. Just immediately before we say anything else. Your ship's gonna be on fire. There's gonna be like ice elementals everywhere. Shit's gonna be exploding. He's gonna walk up to the first crewman he sees and say that.
Captain, the ship is going down.
Do you have any 7623?
It's gonna be like the skit with Ian McCullum where he comes up. Do you have any 32 French long?
Oh, jeez. No, nobody has 32 French long.
Well, joke's on you. So Weston just makes it now. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Plus
30
P
super
long,
carry is 32 French long super plus P.
Right.
almost to the letter.
God.
Well,
It's like a millimeter difference in case length.
Kobold's gonna clap his hands and get up, and he's gonna head to that requisition office for reasons.
Alrighty. He'll kind of give a nod. Also, I should note, should you wish to reach back to us, I will not be at station for the next foreseeable couple days. In
a hot
fact,
date?
I will be in some eyes, perhaps, not mine. He's not the kind of man I would go for, let alone I am not of that persuasion.
What kind of man do you go for?
The female kind.
I like my women the way I like my coffee. No penis.
Precisely. However, the OSS England will be under the control of a Anzac friend, Brigadier Laverack, who is here on loan for the week. While I travel my way to
Do you
Boston.
spell that?
Laverack?
Lavarac.
Oh, you're going to Boston?
Nah, Leverek.
Laverack. He will be in charge. He is in charge of Anzac Special Unit Z and is currently on loan to us for a while we assemble a task force to consult with the Pink Crew. He will be in charge if you should need to call back or hail us in any way, as I will be in Boston for the week, visiting an old friend.
Ship it up to Boston.
Oh, if you stop by the museum, give Levercross Jr. my regards.
That's specifically where I'm going, actually.
What?
My old friend Levercroft Sr. has called me to attendance.
Make sure to give the mango a glowing review.
I will. I'm sure he'll be excited to hear how Torn is doing.
Leave out the part where I lit a nun on fire, please.
I may leave that out.
Thank you.
Well, no, your friend is quite the body count now.
Leave that part out too, please.
I will leave. Don't worry. I will deliver what is transpired with tact. However,
Thank you.
you are all dismissed, and I will see you all in a week.
All right, bye, guys.
And he
Most of it
kinda-
done, yeah.
All right.
He kind of takes his paperwork and will head back out the door and start heading his way down the hallway. And you guys are now free to start acquiring whatever you may need to acquire.
Gonna need to go. Who all needs IFAX?
I could always use one or two. Or
I actually still have mine.
I haven't used mine yet. Still,
I still have one on me.
I lost mine.
I'll see if I can get 6 more.
I will have
Whether-
acquired them by the end of the campaign.
Leroy's walking around looking like the fucking Stay Puft Marshmallow Man because his pockets are all full of IFAX.
I still
as
have,
opposed-
I still have
as-
an extra from the last one.
As opposed to you walking around like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man because your pockets are full of bagels.
We don't talk about that.
Bagel falls out of pocket.
We
I
don't
eat
talk
when I'm
about
nervous,
bagels.
okay?
No, no, no. We don't talk about bagels.
God damn it. So what all are you guys acquiring? What is the total list? And I'll tell you what is available.
Requisitions. We're gonna go try to get as many gammon bombs as possible with a double advantage persuasion check.
I want a great Gustav.
All right. So who all is heading to weapons and gear acquisitions then?
Would that be for medical stuff, or is that somewhere else?
Medical stuff as well would be there. Some of
Yeah,
it.
I'm going.
Torn and Piotr. Who else?
No, I don't think I need anything from there.
No, we're good.
Cool. So Kobold and Cossack will walk their way through and around, and you guys will make your way to the little barred window, where poor sad gear sergeant is sitting there, writing on some papers. He seems a little more awake of sorts, but
Is Wilhelm coming to check out his energy drink consumption?
Hmm.
Did I bring it to them?
You
gave
gave
one
it
to
to
them,
him.
I did.
Okay.
He seems
Yeah,
a little
actually,
more...
I will be going with them.
Alright, so the three of you will walk up. He seems a little more awake, but he's still the same level of grumpy. And he kind of looks up a little bit quicker than usual.
As soon as we walk in, I'm casting Bless on him.
He blinks twice. What was that?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Whatever that was you gave me to drink, don't let me drink that again.
What happened? Tell it in excruciating detail.
It
First, there
burnt
was
to
the
drink.
vibration.
It burnt to drink. I couldn't
Normal.
focus on letters without them vibrating. I attempted to write and could only physically write in cursive for an hour, as my hand would not stop moving. And any attempt to write in regular letters was pretty futile. As I started to come down from that, my eye twitch ceased, and I fell asleep at my post for 3 hours.
For how long? For how long?
3 hours.
Okay. How much did you drink?
A sip.
Ooh, you have a sensitivity. I must change the dosage.
You
for
don't
people like
say.
you. Don't worry, I'll change the dosage for people like you with sensitivities.
Thank you. Can I
How do
help
you feel now?
Tired. Can I help you through?
Gammon bombs.
Gammon bombs.
If you ate more mac and cheese, you wouldn't be so tired.
Why do you need gammon? I don't want to know why. How many?
How many can I have?
Well, let me see how many we got. 1 second. He'll lean up from the chair and go walking back. He'll go around the corner. You hear a couple boxes shifting and scooting around. He'll come walking back around. I believe I could spare a crate of 4 to you.
Is that all you have?
That's all I'm willing to part with for now, as I've been told to maintain a few of them. There's also a need to sign for them and plan them out a bit more, as we have been given a limited supply, and it seems someone has made off with one.
Yeah. What if I could get 6?
Come again?
6.
You want 6?
Yes, please.
Looks at you, Peter. Why
You
do
know,
you need
it
6
might
gammon bombs?
It might be more useful if we bundled the grenades together, like was done back in the Great War for hardened targets. You remember, Wilhelm? You would take like 5 grenades and tape them together.
We have bundle grenades, if that's what you need.
No, I need gammon bombs.
I can give you a crate of 4. That's the most I'm willing to part with now, without too much paperwork.
Please.
What are the odds we can sign for our strategic operations compatriots that we boxed in the ring?
Am I allowed to roll persuasion?
I'm not signing
some
for
of
that
their
here.
equipment.
Oh, you deleted my sandwich.
You don't my
I'll leave this up to you. Hey, DM, am I allowed to roll persuasion?
What are you trying to persuade for?
6.
Roll me persuasion, and then tell me what you say.
Okay,
Holy
wait.
shit,
wait.
18.
What? No, that's the old roll.
Oh, that's the old persuasion. Okay.
Yeah.
Back to like 15. Oh
Oh.
my god.
He's just going to smile and go, please.
Do the puppy dog eyes. Blink, blink, blink.
There is a very brief moment where you feel like you're seeing that scene from Shrek 2 where Shrek first meets Puss in Boots and he does the smile big eyes thing to him. And it's just soft, and you see a small, content smile come across the sergeant's face.
Oh my god.
And he'll just kind of step to the side, let out a sigh, grab 2 bombs, set them inside the crate, walk back over, set the wooden grenade crate in front of you, and scoot it over with 6 gammon bombs in it. Add 6 gammons to your inventory, Torin.
I told you were gonna regret giving that to me.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
It feels like a bit much, but I was planning to ask for 12 regular grenades. And and 6 IFAKs.
The 6 IFAKs I can do, and I can maybe do 6 Mark II grenades. No more than
In
that.
light of the gammon bombs, I think that is fair.
Okay, 1 second. You'll walk over, grab 6 IFAKs, put them on top of another grenade crate, put 6 British grenades in there, set it, scoot it out to you. 6 grenades, and 6 IFAKs, along with 6 gammon bombs. I'm assuming the usual ammo for your assortment?
Do you have any... What is your Mauser cartridge?
Oh, it's 763 by 25 millimeter.
And he also has 38 short, Browning short, 32 Browning short, as well now too.
I have 2 guns now.
Good for
This is a
you.
scary development.
Isn't he your advisor? Anyways, he'll stand back up and walk to the back. You see him rolling through some of those like older paper bundles of ammo. He'll come back and he'll set it down. All of you will be able to replenish your ammo for your weapons to full. Torin, you will be able to replenish both your pistols to full. You will have 30 rounds for the Mauser and 30 rounds for the other pistol. For the...
Can I get?
Oh god, I
is there a
missed
chance I can get 2 spare 9x19 Parabellum mags?
For which kind of pistol?
A Luger
Luger.
P08.
Oh, you got a PZO. I forgot you got Lugers. He'll kind of nod, walk back, grab some 9mm, set it down, scoot it out to you so you can fully replenish.
Well, I have the 9mm. I want 2 mags for it.
Oh, 2 mags.
different-
Let me roll investigation, see if he actually has. What's the chance of him having fucking Luger mags?
Can I up my total ammo to 20? Because I've been living off that 35 rounds of 7.62 by 54 you gave me, or we looted in the start. Because I haven't actually language proficiency.
Yeah. You can add it to it. Language proficiency. Yeah, he comes walking back. He gives you 1 more additional mag, Wilhelm.
Okay. And I can fill that one up total.
And Torn, for your Mauser, you do only have the 1 mag, so you will have to fully reload the magazine, which means for the time being, once it's out, unless you take the time to like manually reload it.
Yeah.
However, your other pistol, I think I gave you 2 spare mags with.
Yes.
So yeah.
Wait, is that 2 spare mags plus 1 in it, or is it 2 total?
2 spare mags plus the 1 in it, I believe.
How many?
We
rounds
also
are
have
those
that
mags?
spare Bren. Is there a chance that you have another mag for that the what's it called,
the ZBD
Pro? I can't remember the word I'm looking for. the pro fuck.
Extended
the
magazines.
The prototype Bren. Do you have another mag for that?
The ZBD? I believe you took all the mags with it when you procured it.
Okay, I only have 2. That's why I was wondering.
That's all we have then.
Okay, I was just curious as to if you restocked. Are you still having? Someone told me that you have restocking issues. Is that still a current problem?
At the moment, we do. However, more income and more traffic is starting to make its way here, so more counting for me in due time. I'm not putting any rush to it.
And the largest, ridiculously large coat you have.
Why?
It's for the snake.
I believe you're
Nah,
gonna
do you
be
have-
equipped with winter gear by
Bro, didn't Joe give you one already?
No, you got armor.
Oh yeah, I got the armor that was skin tight armor. Or
You're
whatever.
gonna be equipped with your winter gear by uniforms
okay.
requisitions. I don't handle uniforms.
Do you handle blankets?
No.
Okay. We're going to try and find a big electric blanket before we leave.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. As a guy in real life who does parts management, this guy's fucking awful at keeping inventory.
Tilts his head a little bit. Electric blanket?
Those are around by now. Those came out in like the 1800s.
Yeah, they just weren't safe.
They weren't
God, I
safe
would-
at
yeah.
all.
I would
Copper
not want to try
coils
to
heating
eat.
up
No.
in a blanket? Let's go.
They're not safe, but given the choice between the snake freezing solid and an electric blanket that's kind of sketch,
Okay, a solid steak.
shut the fuck up, Wilhelm.
You're cooking the snake in
God.
copper
Snake!
coils.
Snake! Snake!
Oh god, we are going to China. I'm gonna be eaten by the locals. We talked about this the other day.
Not if you eat them first.
That'd be
Or-
India.
Soren, you
Just
were going
keep it
first
weird,
anyway, so
Hey, whoa, slow down.
yeah, that's what we
have,
decided.
Don't eat the
do we
cobalt.
have, since we're going to Antarctica, is there any need for some canned rations or
I believe the
Fire.
rations are going to be the Falkland supply clerk's issue, not mine.
We should stop by the
how about
kitchens and see if we can acquire a bunch of jelly and fruits and things that will
what
get
are-
the
so
ship people, the ship crew very much on our side if we show up with a case of apples or something.
That is a brilliant
so what about what's the phrase I'm looking for? Like portable fire tins or something like that? Just something or fire crafting ability.
Can you not cast firebolt like the
You
rest of us?
mean Flints and
Yeah.
fire
Flints,
fuel
yeah,
and
flints,
other
fire fuel,
items,
yeah,
that'll
all that.
be part of uniforms and your winter gear that I'm assuming is being acquired outside.
So what does acquisitions handle again? Hello?
I'm
Which
primarily
acquis-
firearms and munitions.
Firearms, right? Yes, about that.
As he motions over with his hand to the wall of like Enfields and ammo, and the now
We have-
half-empty grenade racks.
I know I've asked this before, but I'm using my insider trading here. Is there anything that's off the menu that available?
Roll me persuasion.
Gammon bombs we just stole, that's what.
Damn it.
Whoa.
He kind of sighs. There is something that we have acquired, but are you sure you... What do you... I'm not allowed to ask, but what does your mission inquire? If I didn't know better, you're blowing up bunkers.
We have no idea.
Don't worry about it, sir. The less you know, the better.
I
You don't want this coming back to you, my good sir.
You could say bunkers, but like wet.
Right. Do any of you carry around
Oh,
a
a
model
bunker
of
in the rain.
Enfield by chance?
I don't know. Did any of y'all actually keep
No.
one?
One of you guys could take a infield from him. It's not like you guys can't carry rifles.
I
I already
got
have a
it.
rifle,
That's,
so
not,
I'm
that's
probably...
not really the question he's asking. He's asking if we have possessed a model of Enfield.
Yeah, I'm saying you can just ask him for one if whatever he's offering. It's probably like
What-
cable
so-
or something.
Instead of just asking us questions, sir, why don't you just tell us what you've got? Since that's the question I'm asking.
I'm told it's a grenade launcher. It's a little fixed piece that adds to the front of most Enfield models that allows you to propel using a blank a hand grenade.
Oh, it's one of those.
One of those cup launchers, like in the last war.
Very similar, yes.
Better than a crossbow.
Or a spring tube.
You're a spring tube.
I can imagine.
But it's also something that we're still kind of testing and not something I'm supposed to bring out yet. But
I mean, we could help
perhaps
with the test.
next
What do you
mission
think?
you can take it with you and field test it.
I'm gonna say, what do you think, Wilhelm? This is very much your field of expertise.
With a rifle. Was it a rifle-mounted grenade?
Yes.
You ever heard of a rifle grenade? The French really like them. Like, really like them. Like, really, really like them.
I mean, I actually had more experience with obviously artillery and high explosives. So bundle grenades, as you mentioned earlier, and things of that nature.
I can only acquisition so much to you at a time without having to explain too much away. I know you are given sort of precedence when it comes to what you can acquire, but
We're given precedence.
I've already given you a crate of gammon bombs that I'm not supposed to be issuing out and are actually supposed to be on hold because, like I said, one was stolen from us.
What if we were to find the thief?
Well, if you could find the thief and the gammon bomb, that would fix all of our problems.
It'll take a
What if I
genius to
find the
figure
thief
that
but
out.
not the gammon bomb?
Was
Remember,
that
none
what-
of us know. Only Torin knows about the gammon bomb. All of us failed our perception checks.
I don't know that. I don't know who took it. I'm just saying, what if we find them?
Look, I'm sure whoever took it had a good reason.
If you find them, they would be brought in and
Did I roll insight on that?
probably sent forward for stealing government property and whatever that might weigh. Yeah, you can roll insight.
More importantly, be brought up on charges of wasting time for the inventory people.
You have an inkling it may have been Grabby Hands McMango.
Mango.
All right, that's it. Somebody change his server name. That's his name now.
we're gonna accidentally make his like formal name Torin Mango.
Orin the Mango Lemoncroft. That's it right there.
That's his war name.
The Mango.
Mango, get up here now!
Who wins, the Mango or the Berry Man?
Oh, it's the Berry Man, 100%.
But yeah, he'll kind of cross his arms a bit and look to you. I don't really have much else I can requisition to you at this time, aside from if you want extra ammo.
Well, thanks for the explosive spy.
Okay. Who of you is gonna sign for this?
I'll sign for it.
Sorry, too short to reach.
Okay.
I'll sign for the medical equipment.
Very well. So you guys signed for it. You get your equipment. So you got your 6 IFACs, your 6
before
regular grenades.
Before we go on, I want to note I make this signature in cursive Cyrillic, so it just looks like a kid fake writing.
Oh, it won't look any different than my signature, so it's completely ineligible.
He kind of just tilts his head at it for a second. Whatever, sets it in his stack of paperwork, which is now about half the size that it was yesterday. So he's making progress.
So,
Bottles.
I just
glass.
knocked some over. It's time to
It's
put them in the
some
recycling
Bottles
bin.
hit the floor. Let the bottles hit.
This man has literally like 12 to 14 like root beer bottles right next to his
My
bed.
God.
It's out of hand.
Needs
And
more
you
root
have
beer.
elevator music playing in your brain.
Oh yeah, he tried getting me with the speaker yesterday and today, by the way.
Not yesterday, day before yesterday.
Day before yesterday. He hid it in the vent above my door, my room.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
He found it
uh,
instantly.
Yeah. I don't blame him. Feel free to add
And-
that to your inventories, though. 6
A
med
speaker
kit, or
playing elevator
IFACs.
music?
No, 6 IFACs.
Yeah,
6
I'd like
grenades.
to note I'm distributing the grenades one to a person,
Oh,
and I'm distributing the IFACs one to a person.
alright. If you
It was
guys look
awesome.
under the stats for Due West, you'll find grenades are in there, and you want to go with just the regular 3d4 piercing, 15-foot radius grenade. And then the IFAC, obviously, is 1 action. It is touch-based. It does 1d8 plus 1 healing. Or if you just want to write it into your inventory as IFAC and grenade times 1. And we'll be able to reference this when you use them.
Are you
Yeah, I'll
giving
just
the
write
kobold
grenade.
a grenade even though he has 6?
Yeah.
Oh, goody.
Need to get him a bandolier.
Add an
We're gonna-
IFAC and a grenade.
We're gonna take those gammon bombs from you at some point anyway. You don't get to keep all of them on hand.
Whoops. Didn't
I'm
mean
gonna
to push
shoot
that.
Torn with a flare.
It was like,
Those,
I'm on fire!
remember, those
I'm
gammon
on
bombs
fire!
are pretty delicate, Torrin. Do you really want to
Yes.
carry them all on you all the time?
That's fine.
He's familiar with how delicate they can be.
Think.
As he pulls the pin on it.
They're perfectly safe as long as you just, don't pull the fuse. Duh.
Or
And if
impact
you-
them too hard.
Yeah.
Because they're impact
Hard
grenades.
landing, planes explode.
Yeah, but it has an electro fuse in it that doesn't work unless the pin's been pulled.
They're pretty unstable, though. That was one of the famous problems with them.
Yeah.
So,
I need a picture of Torn on the ground, like that Pepe spilling his McDonald's, laying on the ground, sad and crying, and there's just gammon bombs and hand grenades all around him.
Oh, James, you're the art ho. It working.
Oh. How much time do I have?
Just draw over the existing Pepe.
Yeah, just sketch over the existing Pepe meme. Take your time on it. It'd just be a fun picture to have.
What do you want me to do?
Oh god. But no, you don't have to. But alright, you guys got your gear. You make your way over to the little modified flight strip, and you can see a couple crates being loaded into the back of your super swanky, nice Albatross. You've also noticed that the Albatross has been painted in a nice kind of lead gray color as compared to its previous very shiny sheen that it used to have. It's a little more matte. And yeah, they're loading up crates, and you can get a general notion that these crates have parkas, winter wear, pocket warmers, gloves, snowshoes, things of that
Hey,
sort.
Torin, can you DM me your character picture right quick?
Oh no, yeah.
Which one? Just a small chibi Torin on the ground, crying, holding a grenade crate in hand. There's this gammon
Oh no,
bombs
my
flying
art.
everywhere.
My art is nowhere near that good.
I can see it in my head. I'm trying to see how I can draw the head on there.
Continue.
But yeah, you guys end up mounting up on your plane. You see Swinton's plane specifically already having taken off a little bit ahead of you guys and is flying off its direction. As the engines will spool up, your two pilots will...
Wait. Kobold is going to ask to spool up the engines.
Oh yeah, before that, I also wanted to see if we could get an electric blanket for the snake.
I'll say you can get an electric blanket for the snake, yeah.
Sweet.
Please.
The pilots are just kind of looking between each other and then down to you. Sure. Yeah, okay. Okay.
I said co-pilot.
The co-pilot will hop out of his seat and step back a little bit so you can climb up in there. You can't quite see over the top of the console, but you could at least like hold the steering wheel and fucking
Flight engineer.
And you're watching the dials and he reaches up, he'll pull a little lever and start pressing it forward, and you'll see a couple crewmen outside run over and give a quick little like spin to the props and then run back to the side. And he'll kind of look to you and just take that and press it forward about a quarter of the way. And he'll kind of point to a little lever beside you.
Now that you got me curious, a plane like this would probably have igniters. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows?
It would.
It's an experimental aircraft.
To my knowledge, this one had to be manually spooled, if I'm not mistaken. The engines on the civilian version were like the fucking spin it for me, Johnny.
What a pain in the ass.
I might be wrong on that. I'll have to double check at some point.
I bet you're probably wrong, because by this point, most things were...
They probably had
magnetos.
Well, maybe it had magnetos. It probably did. Knowing the guy that made this thing, yeah, it probably had magnetos.
Magnetos are concussive start. That's always fun.
Right.
Oh, is that how they start the engine, with a shotgun shell?
Yeah.
God, I love and hate that so much.
It's a 12-gauge brass blank.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll be able to press and spool up the engine. It'll start puttering up, and he'll kind of look and he'll motion for you to take the other fucking joystick. What's the name for the joysticks that have the wheels on it?
The yoke?
I believe it's
yoke.
Are they called yokes?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to double check. I'm like,
You know what else they call a yoke? My mom.
Snake eggs?
My mom.
Well, help stop drawing, damn it.
Well, I'd like to think the first 5 minutes were like them going through the checklist, just sitting there, fucking check.
Yeah, they'd be going through the proper checklist for you, and they're doing the whole checking. And you'll get to the point where they're ready to, like, start taxiing over, and he'll kind of look to you with a little bit of expectancy, like, would you mind relieving the seat back to co-pilot, or are you...
I'm okay.
Okay. He'll kind of look forward, put his headset on fully. The co-pilot will sit down in the engineer's seat and just kind of put his headphones on. And they're just kind of like smirking a little bit. Roll me a intelligence and 2 sleight of hands.
This is where the entire party is killed.
This is where the party dies.
No, there's a pilot to take over.
Yeah.
I swear, if we get TPK because of this, I'm gonna be so mad.
Nice knowing you guys.
Sorry, advantage to the on with it.
Oh, good.
You're taking that grenade launcher.
Oh, thank God.
Wow, okay. So unbeknownst to you guys, there's a slight shake and jostle as it takes off because the plane does that like lift off, touch back down, and then lift off again, almost like a spring. There's a little bit of a rattle as it picks up, starts climbing altitude, levels out, and eventually starts doing its 2 rotations before getting on its path and making its way southbound. And yeah, you guys are up and fuck. I'm glad you actually managed to pass that. I was already starting to like. I was gonna have to do some saves, and you guys might have clipped the top of a building.
All right, guys, in memes.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
Oh.
that's the quick work I like.
Oh my god, this fucking old ass Mark 80s.
I'm just hanging on to my seat. Like fucking claw hands. It's like,
Torin coming back into the cabin,
no,
all smug about it.
He says nothing, but he looks really smug. He just sits down.
honestly, this is the best part for anybody that remembers the rescuers and rescuers down under. Sure, wish we would have taken the train.
Yeah.
The last time I took a train, it took me 6 months. I don't want to do that again.
What sort of train takes 6 months?
The kind that's driven by checks.
Venus.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
I'm gonna turn to Torin and whisper to him in a minute. You and I, we should talk when we have a minute alone.
Okay.
You guys will
You
have,
have-
a pretty
you
long
have a little-
flight before reaching
you have a little-
Libreritas Company, so yeah.
You have a little token to drag along the flight line,
Yeah.
Indiana Jones style.
Yeah, I have your guys' current location. It's the black marker.
We've got the map being recorded. Oh yeah, sweet.
So after the first couple hours, you guys are making your way past Spanish Sahara and what would be Morocco on your way towards Libreritas.
Well, it's not that we can give fight.
Hey, that's
for-
happening
for
at the same time we're doing this.
It is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason Egypt will be interesting.
We're doing something completely different, and we get to watch that scene where Indy shoots the guy.
We're in the crowd there.
Yeah.
Wasn't he supposed to fight him? He just shot him. That's not fair.
It's efficient, is what it
Hey,
is.
Fair
it's
doesn't
the
win
street.
fights.
It's the streets. If you play fair, you get killed. Also, I don't want to sword fight that guy. We have guns.
Noted.
Oh yeah, we played the as we get further the campaign, we play the tutorial part, but for real this time.
Oh my god.
And
I don't want
Still
to
die
that.
just as dramatically.
TPK in the exact same way with the exact same rolls.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to cast Featherfall for that one.
Oh, on the whole tank? Can you cast Featherfall on a vehicle?
Technically, yeah.
Can we try that on this flight?
No.
All right, shut the engines off. Yeah.
Hey, are we falling? Yeah, we
Kinda.
are falling.
How does Featherfall impact a glide slope?
Very. Shit gets weird, man.
Basically makes you glide, yeah.
I mean, well, like
Go
you're already
slower.
gliding, right? So if you cast Featherfall on an airplane,
Makes you glide even slower and softer, I
Ultimate
guess.
lift.
Yeah. Just maximum lift.
I'm telling you, we should try it out. What happens if you cast Featherfall on a functioning plane and then dive?
You're not gonna die very fast.
All right, y'all ready for this 40-meter takeoff?
Oh god.
Does Featherfall help you take off on shorter takeoffs?
It could, yeah. I can see it working. However, it only works on people.
Feather lift.
No, you already said we could cast it on vehicles.
I want to say you can, but I'm also kind of curious if you actually can. I'm not sure what the rule set on Featherfall is.
It doesn't work if you're going up, only if you're going down.
Yeah, it only works if you're going down or falling.
I don't know. Let me pull it up from my character sheet and see what it does it exactly say.
But while he's looking that up, you guys do have a couple hours of flight before you reach Libreritas Company. So if you want to have any conversations, any stuff like that, you are free to.
So, what is it that you wanted to talk about, Father?
What did you do with the gammon bomb?
I used it to blow up the guys and stop the truck.
How did you get it?
I took it.
You need to fill out paperwork for these things, Torin.
Yeah, yeah, I'm aware of that. It was just the box was open. It was there. I grabbed it, and there weren't any papers around. And
When we get back, you should tell the supply man and apologize to him because you have caused him a lot of headache.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
will
totally will do that.
consider that.
You should do it, Thorin.
Yeah, that or I won't bless you anymore.
This conversation is making me uncomfortable.
Then perhaps you should think about what you have done.
I have to use the bathroom.
He runs to the bathroom like.
he leaves.
The door open on the plane. Cannot handle the awkwardness of the situation, just leaves.
Yep, choose up to 5 falling creatures within range. A falling creature's rate of descent slows to 60 feet per round. I don't know. In the time that it is applicable, we might be able to have you cast it on an object. We'll see. We'll see what the situation is when the time comes.
It's gonna take
feel
one hell
like-
of a
I feel-
performance check.
I feel like you could legitimize it just depending on how big said object is.
That's what I'm thinking.
Because it doesn't just say how big a creature can be, so I guess that can fall into the same thing.
I've seen it used on objects before in other campaigns, but it's like small objects, like fragile ones.
I don't know, I think it would be fun to cast on a plane that's, lost its engine.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see that. But you guys, you're all sitting, chilling, relaxing. Torn and Peter have their conversation, and you see Torn kind of fast walking towards the back of the plane and heading into the bathroom.
What do you say to him?
Let us say the confidentiality of confession covers it. I'm gonna try and say that loud enough for Torin to hear.
Fair enough.
As you guys continue your flight along, getting food, getting sleep, getting comfortable and chilling and relaxing, you find yourselves landing on a semi-paved, little bitty airbase, barely able to be, excused as an airbase. It's surrounded by Quonset huts on all sides, and yeah, you can tell it's a British airbase. There's 2 Spitfires sitting over there, or 2 Hurricanes rather, sitting by on the side, kind of on standby. One of them's half torn apart and getting worked on. You guys don't disembark or anything. The plane just taxis and turns about, gets refueled just as quickly, takes back off, and you're back in the air again. You guys will be flying along South America, where you will have a rather substantial flight time. Is there any other stuff you guys would like to do during this flight time of any sort?
Well, Torin can't hide in the bathroom forever.
Curl up and sleep in mine.
But he can hide in the cockpit, hassling the pilots.
See, that's how they throw you out of the plane.
This plane isn't meant for parachuting.
I don't think they care.
Noted.
Any plane is meant for parachuting if you're brave or foolish enough.
Yeah, if you're gonna harass the pilots a bit, they'll give me an intelligence roll.
My character's gonna be asleep, curled up in an electric blanket. It's great.
Yeah. Alright,
21.
Torin, you're pretty effectively able to, obviously it'll take a little bit of a skill check, but you won't have any disadvantages on being able to essentially fly a 2-engine plane, should you need to.
4-engine.
I thought this one was a 2.
4.
No, it is a 4, you're right, it is a 4. I'm looking at the picture of the fucking, goddamn, yeah. No, this is a 4-engine. Okay.
Yeah, but look at this picture. I only see 2, and they're only on the left wing for some reason.
Yeah, there's no right wing. It's a boomerang. Yeah, you're if you find yourself in a position where you have to hop in a 4-engine, you can effectively start it, take off, to an extent, but you can at least fly it for sure.
Guys, help! I learned how to take off, but I never learned how to land.
I'm gonna cast
Just
Bless
do
on
that
you.
backwards.
I just realized I've been muted for most of this time.
So, coiled, happy, warm Sneck in his copper coil blanket. Torin is pestering the pilots. Anyone else doing any side tasks or any other conversations?
I want to.
I just
I
chilling.
basically want to learn.
I'm taking a
more
nap
of-
because we're gonna need the energy when we
Eventually, Torn is
nap
going
when you
to
can.
come out and tug a minute
Like
on
the old
Peter's
guy.
coat, and he's gonna hold out a 5-round Mosin clip to him.
Where
Okay.
is he keeping that?
I'd assume in one of his many pockets. Does it have bagel
I,
crumbs on it?
Probably.
I want to essentially break down and reassemble the Bren. Basically, get more familiar with it.
Okay. Roll me a sleight of hand and intelligence. Well,
I
you're in the
swear,
background kind of
break
breaking down the
wind.
ZBD. But yeah, Torn walks up to you, Peter, with a Mosin clip of 5 rounds in hand.
How long have you been holding on to that?
Since you gave it to me in the first mission.
Well, I suppose you're not going to need it for a while.
Theoretically. Do you want it?
I don't know. Can I go over my ammo cap?
Yeah, you can.
Sure. Thank you, Thorin.
Of course. Oh, look, a Bren in pieces.
I do not mean to be harsh to you. I know you used the gammon bomb for a good reason.
Yeah, I know. It's appreciated. It's just, I don't do well with
Confrontation.
this.
I will go with you when we get back, if you want.
Hey, look at this assembled Bren.
There you go.
Snake slinks his
All
head
right.
back into the fucking blanket pile and gets back and warm. Torn, are you gonna help him disassemble, or are you just gonna watch?
Just gonna watch.
Alright. Yeah, Wilhelm, you're looking at this. You've disassembled many a weapon and platform and artillery piece before. This is a piece of cake. You're punching the pins, you're pulling it out, you're just, yeah. You got it all laid out real nice like it's a friggin' diagram. You scratch your head a little bit.
No turbulence.
What?
I said no turbulence.
No, this is a very smooth flying plane. You don't have any turbulence. However, you're kind of starting to scratch the side of your mustache a little bit. How does this go back together?
I think he isn't going to need help
Are you
here.
doing investigation?
I'm gonna say that to Thorin as
Your intelligence
as he
wasn't
starts
quite-
looking confused.
Your intelligence
in-game
wasn't quite
images
high
for it.
enough.
Oh, man, it's
Yeah,
freaking
do a
ABI file.
investigation.
Not yet. He needs to learn.
But yeah, you got it disassembled. You know what every part is, but now you're kind of scratching your head like, I don't quite know how to put it back together.
The kobold is sitting across from you, just smiling patiently.
Are you trying to intimidate him?
Cobalt face looking over the edge of the table, just smiling at you through glasses.
Don't make me try to intimidate him. I'll win. I still have advantage.
Do you want to show me how it goes back together? I haven't used any machine guns before. Usually it's just pistols and cannons.
Sure, maybe I didn't want you to take it apart. This is a very... Wow.
19.
There we go. So Torn will kind of reach up across from you and start taking some of the parts. Are you going to explain to him, or are you just going to kind of try to slap it back together?
He's just gonna point at stuff.
Odd. So yeah, he'll kind of point at it and explain as he can, like, which parts go where. Roll me a sleight of hand, and you won't have disadvantage, Wilhelm, as you try to reassemble it. Nice. Yeah, it goes back together. It takes a couple pauses where you're like, okay, this is obviously like the seer, but where does it go? And it's just goblin claws or kobold claws are kind of pointing where it needs to go, as you are able to slap it back together, put it together, charge it a couple times, do some trigger tests, and you set it back down, now fully reassembled.
And I presume
And that
clean.
ND into the back of the plane. No, just kidding.
ND's into the floorboard, air just starts whistling.
It works.
Okay.
Function check. Bang.
Desk bump.
Opening the door to do a function check out the fucking door.
Just desk pop the fucking, like, one of the windows with it. Yeah, it's functioning, it's working, you're doing good.
Am I supposed to be looking at a pure white screen, or am I being
Yes,
punished for
because
writing
people
sandwich?
are children and drawing all over the fucking world map.
I just wrote sandwich on the Sandwich Islands.
It wasn't you. You were
Who
also
was
writing
that?
Russia, and we forgot Nico said hi, Luke, and it's like, no, fuck you.
What?
What are you talking about? Nothing happened.
He also went in your color green to make it seem like you were doing it.
No, I did it in gold.
No,
As the
you
German
were
Empire.
drawing in green. You were drawing in Peter's green to make it look like it
wasn't
was
trying to-
Peter.
I wasn't
Sneaky,
trying to do
sneaky.
that.
I'm on to you.
I
Slippery
wasn't
snake.
trying to.
You weren't trying.
I
to,
have
you
a bigger-
successfully
Hey, that's
tried.
racist against Hachu.
I'm a snake.
Oh yeah, this wasn't
You'll
my
be
thing.
hearing.
Damn.
You'll be hearing from my lawyers here in a minute.
Apologies, you know.
Identity theft is a crime, you know.
Mr. Hachu Copeland and Leroy Johnson.
Speaking of, how's the song coming, Doran?
I haven't made any more than I did last night.
Hell yeah. It's fine. Take your time with it. Just make it a fun project. But as you guys were flying along, kind of relaxing, taking your time, resting where you can, playing with the ZBD and putting it together, and you guys make your flight around, come to a nice gentle landing in the Falklands. It is very much farmland. It is a bunch of communal sort of company farms and company towns. You can almost tell which chunks of the island chains are specifically owned by which British families and companies. As you guys come to a nice, gentle little landing with a nice little screech. And let me switch this on over here. Yeah. As the coastal town, as the tundra, fuck it. This one works. Yeah. Yeah. Can I put it back to the world map and you guys not draw all over it?
They're drawing on it right now.
I won't.
I just drew a heart,
Dick
and now
pics?
you're... Ban Anna?
I didn't have enough space for a banana.
Banana.
Uh,
God damn it.
Come on, guys, we must band together to ban Anna. Alright, go
That's
ahead.
going in the quotes channel.
Bandana. What the hell's a bandana? Make your way down to the bottom left of the world map, where we will see
Oh,
your guys'
Actually, with an
positions.
accent.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. I was trying to right click.
But you guys disembark your plane. It is a nice kind of cooler breeze. There's a nice kind of tropical air. It's a bit humid. It feels like South America. It's very nice for Nikos. Nikos and Leroy, you guys are like, yeah, this is where we belong. The rest of
good
you
stuff.
is a tad different than you're used to.
I just stepped outside and I'm already wet. What's wrong with this place?
I hate it here.
Do you not get fog in Boston?
Well, yeah, but it's wetter here somehow.
That's called humidity.
My collars.
As you guys go walking along, you make your way over and you can see the little row of destroyers. Some of them a bit newer, some of them a bit older. Assorted kind of Commonwealth destroyers sitting in dock.
All right. I need the list of all their pennant numbers right now.
God damn it.
They're going to learn not to line them up like that one day.
Eventually, but that's a few.
No,
years
no, they
coming.
won't. That's how they always. They still line ships up like that. It's the only way to
Always do it
park
that
ships.
way. Yeah. So there's about 3 or 4 destroyers parked there. There's 2 little kind of like PT
Can I?
boats sitting
Oh,
by.
hang on a sec.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Can I roll a perception check to see if they have any torpedo nets out?
No.
You can. Although, what water experience you have, I am unsure, but you can look.
Hey, you know, I was under the command of Kolchak at one point, so like.
True. He had the boatism.
He was a boatman from the boat land.
He was a
Although I bet he didn't roll an 8.
Yeah, you got really no idea. You look out the water and you're like, oh, there's a boat with a fish net floating by. So that's cool.
Hey, Peter, look, that cloud looks like a tuna.
Should I roll investigation
Actually,
on that?
it's tuna.
Everybody roll me investigation.
It's a Zeppelin!
It's a bird. It's a plane.
Nikos hears cloud, looks at the ground.
You failed the most important investigation check of the session.
Rip. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
We're missing Hachu.
Yeah, I
Where's
know.
that
I just walked back in here.
Also, that's a perception, Leroy. We need investigation.
Oh, I heard perception.
All good. There you go.
I
Hey,
can't
I
roll
saw it.
investigation for shit. God damn.
Damn.
With
Wow.
a +6, you'd think it'd be higher.
Fucking 24.
Hey, at least you didn't get a nat
23.
1.
Your
So-
hat got in the way.
Wilhelm, Hachu, and Leroy, and Torn. Torn's pointing up at what he believes is a, what do you say, a tuna?
Tuna.
A tuna up in the sky. And
Is
everybody
this gonna be a
kinda looks.
Rorschach test?
Nikos, you look over and you're like, there's no tuna in the water. What are you talking about? Everyone else, Peter, you're not really preoccupied about clouds. You're kind of looking out at the town like, yeah, okay, whatever. The rest of you all look up at what he's pointing at, and you realize it is in fact not a tuna, as 2 other clouds kind of part to the side. You realize it is a big, very fluffy, sort of bunny-shaped cloud. It looks like just a happy little, like, cottontail bunny just kind of floating by in the distance.
Man, that's a weird looking tuna.
It was a tuna when I saw it. It changed.
Sure thing, Mango.
Mango, what have you smoked today? Besides kippers.
A cigarette?
You sure it was a cigarette?
Yes.
Who'd you get it from?
I know someone left it in the bathroom.
Smoking bathroom cigarettes on an airplane, 30,000 feet up.
Oh my god.
Hey, you don't question what the snake does in his
As
free
you
time.
guys all turn
No, it's
about
just-
and are walking alongside
Only
the,
we use this plane.
the side of the docks. You make
the
your way
same
up some
cigarette
of the
from when you got
paths
covered in blood.
towards towards the other half of the little air base there. That's kind of surrounded by some of the
Oh,
local
James, there's
towns
brownies.
and homes and
I know.
whatnot. There's a few like little tobacco farms where they're hanging up their tobacco and whatnot. There's a couple carts of locals walking about. And you guys make your way up, and you see two kind of more lazily uniformed British soldiers kind of standing by, talking to each other, leaning back. And they look over and see you all, and come to a proper stand. And one gives kind of a quick little half British salute, and approaches whichever one of you are in the front, but kind of looks to everybody. Ah, I'm assuming you're the what was it? The Wondrous Company, the government persons.
Yes.
Yep.
Wow,
Ah.
you're very
Ah.
articulate. Aren't you?
Give us a
Oh.
yawohl, Wilhelm. That would be funny.
Yeah,
What?
Give us a yawohl. German.
Yeah, hold.
Yeah, or
you whore.
Yeah, whore.
Jawohl.
It's a German pirate. You whore.
Yahor.
He's,
Yahor.
he's our interpreter.
You
Why is
gotta
there a yellow submarine here?
shut up. He kind of nods a little bit, and gives a smile, and motions for you guys to follow as the two of them will lead you guys up. And you find your way to a little kind of like command shack of sorts, like a smaller half-sized Quonset hut. We'll open the door for you guys to walk on in. Standing inside, you'll see two British naval kind of probably enlisted, wearing like the kind of blue denim dungarees of sorts. And then one officer in his used to be white, but is more of a drywall white now uniform. And kind of looks up to you while he's looking at the map. He kind of looks up to you all. Wondrous Company?
Hello, my name
Yes.
is Wilhelm
Why do you
Schwartz.
sound so upset?
Yep.
I'm not upset at you. Just upset. Come in,
Let
come
me
in.
guess. Let me guess. Logistics problems.
Oh, what gave you that idea? Come on in. Let me get you briefed up.
Everywhere in your empire, there are logistics problems.
It's a big empire.
Damn loggies.
Anyways, come on in, file in. Watch your tail.
Kobold does a tail check.
Wow. Perception check to make sure my tail got clear.
Door closes just halfway on Hachu.
I make the Tom and Jerry fucking scream.
Oh god. You're able to pull your tail in before the door kind of closes with a little bit of a heavy clunk. Not because they closed it heavy, it's just a heavy door. But you're able to avoid, like, not getting your tail clipped or anything. As you all kind of gather around the table, and he leans in. By the way, Captain Harbrow, I'm temporary captain of the HMS Lance, and I will be your glorified
Chauffeur?
taxi through the Antarctic waters.
Ooh, chauffeur!
Yes. Mind if I ask who you all are?
Torrin Levencroft, advisor, historian.
Surprisingly good with the sword.
Very good with the sword, actually.
And
can-
loves stealing things.
I can believe it. And the rest of you?
Nikos Zagros.
I am Father Choikov.
Ah, Father. Good, you can bless us when we take on water.
Hello, my name
I
is
prefer
Wilhelm
to
Schwartz.
bless ships before they take on water. Usually helps
hello.
prevent the taking on of water.
I would hope so. Hello, Wilhelm Schwartz.
Hello, my name is Wilhelm Schwartz.
Yes.
Is this
And,
a
you good, sir? And he kind of looks to you, Leroy.
Leroy Copeland at your service, sir, from the Confederate States of America.
Ah, very good. And the large, reptilian in their back.
Yes. My name is Hashu Johnson, at your service, sir.
Ah, I'm surprised
So give us a
you
lot.
are traveling this far south of the equator.
I am very comfortable. I will be quite honest with you, sir.
Is he still wrapped in the electric blanket?
Yes.
He had a full-grown human on the way down, so he's very warm.
Noted.
That was a joke. He was joking. I think.
We've seen worse down here.
It was a Yankee, don't worry.
Some of the crew might be a little, skittish around you, Mr. Hachu, was it?
His own type.
Thank you. They might be a little skittish around you. You see, not but a couple weeks ago, we were voyaging around with a flotilla and came across an island that we didn't realize was inhabited. Some of our best Royal Marines were unfortunately speared and eaten by a folk similar to you, so they might be a little hesitant. But just give them a nice howdy do, as you Americans do, and I think things will be fine.
Children?
Good thing you didn't say Yankees, otherwise he would have been frothing at the mouth.
That is very unfortunate, Captain. I'm sorry to hear that.
We put in an order for it to be investigated by hopefully someone more capable, but we're yet to get any reply as to where that's gone. But hopefully someone will check the island in time. But
Guilty eye movements.
What do you mean guilty eye movements? There's one guy in charge of intelligence for this entire hemisphere.
That's one of our potential missions.
Oh, is that part of the Ascari stuff?
No.
Yeah, then it can wait. We have a large list of things to do.
He's mentioning Ono Island. And
Oh,
Oeno
no!
Island, Sandy Island chain in the South Pacific. Commonwealth destroyer landed on a remote island for repairs to find their shore party attacked by natives. Many of them inhabiting and showing a very snake-like people. But he kind of shrugs, looks to the map, and rotates a bit for you all to look at. And it's basically a map of this rough region and some of the marked islands. And I'll ping a little bit here for you. So, we'll obviously be leaving from the Falklands proper. I'm going to take you straight to the island chain on... Oh, what is the name of that island? Deception Island. Huh.
I don't trust it.
That's quaint. Well, seems one of the Army's listening posts has gone silent there. So, I will boat you on across. We'll land in one of the coves. And we will drop you on shore to do your investigating. Once you return, we'll obviously transmit what information we can back. We'll mount you up in the seaplane, being affixed to the destroyer we've been temporarily loaned, and we'll launch you off towards your treasure hunt, your what would we call it, a hide and seek for that missing ship.
Might I say, Captain, I'm very grateful for your presence here. I heard of your experience in the Bering Strait, and I am very comforted by your presence. Thank you.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're comforted by that. I'm much more effective at dodging ice and swells than I am torpedoes, admittedly.
Well, both are good.
Let's hope there
Yes,
are no
I was-
torpedoes.
I was curious what you thought the threat would be like out here. Our intelligence assessment said basically nothing.
My hope is our ship, our vessel that we are being lent, is too insignificant to warrant wasting a torpedo on.
But
Oh.
yeah,
Oh.
that's the hope, at least. However, I have a very capable crew. We are very experienced. The ship isn't fully up to par, but is nimble enough. And with any additional eyes and understanding of the seas, if we do come under any engagement, we should be okay.
Great.
Yes. I don't foresee anything. There hasn't been any U-boat sightings for almost 4 days now.
4 days.
About 4 days since the last sighting, and the last sighting was a U-boat off of... Oh, where was it? And he kind of motions over towards a tiny little chain of islands here to the right of Sandwich. He's like, whatever the small chain is, yes, there was a U-boat sighted rather close to shore of one of those islands by one of our rotational seaplanes. Or at least what they believe to be a U-boat, or a rather impressive log. But, unless you have any other questions or concerns, the ship is ready and underway, the plane is being mounted as we speak. If you have anything you need to see to, or equipment that you wish to unload onto the ship, now is the time to do so. We're hoping to set out within the next hour or two, if you are okay with that.
How long do you think it will take us to get to Deception Island and back?
To Deception Island, what, 5 hours?
I mean, just... Oh, very close then. I meant like a round trip, not factoring in us wandering around and getting ourselves, hopefully, into not too much trouble.
You mean after your scout for the missing ship?
Yeah, ignoring that part. It's just
Oh.
5 hours there, 5 hours back, you think?
Perhaps. I'm told to expect for 4 to 5 days. They seem to think it might take you a while searching the Antarctic. But as far as Deception Island, if that was the only thing we were doing, I'd give it 2 days. Tops. It is a larger island than it is than it would seem.
For pizza?
For unless we just wanted to like keep doing stuff. Did you bring that one? Nope. Did you bring that one?
Sorry.
I very much like how it's going to take us 5 hours to sail 750 miles.
Yeah.
High speed, very fast boat.
Saber's
That's
vibrating in his chair.
Yes.
It's like, yeah. No, it's 5 hours in game, roughly, or like a 5-hour translation of if you were to act out every fucking chunky bit. It's a good couple day full trek between getting here to Deception Island to however long it takes you to search for the ship, back to Deception Island, and then floating back up there 4 to 5 days.
Okay. I want to ask him whether or not he would be okay with me performing services should any of our days out fall on a Sunday. Since he is the captain, it is his decision at the end of the day. I don't want to actually RP it, but I want it to, you know.
He'll kind of nod once, look over at the calendar on the wall, look back over. Day after tomorrow is Sunday, so I see no reason why not. I don't suspect any of my crew would mind.
Peter, type out your sermon. Let's go. Kobold will show up for emotional support.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a preacher have a hype man up on stage with them. So that
You haven't been
that'd be
to
a
enough.
first.
You haven't been to enough mega churches.
Yeah, there's probably somewhere some mega church that
Gotta
has that.
attend some of the Southern Baptist churches I've been to, where there's always 2 or 3 like ladies just dancing in front, just going fucking ham.
Do to them. God will forgive you.
Oh my god.
I have been to a black church before, and that was
That's a lot of fun.
time. That was a great time.
It's a lot of fun.
Who would paint a church black?
You know, those goth churches.
Yeah, there's a church in no, okay. The joke's too easy to make. It's a goth church with the not pastor, but the pastor is led by a girl named Jacoby. There you go. Gotta work it around.
You know, Kobold's never been on a ship before.
He has not.
You gonna make me roll for seasick?
Yes.
All that time in Boston.
All
Wait,
that time in Boston, and you never bothered to go on the USS Constitution. Like,
well, never on a ship that moved.
He'd stand on like the fishing vessel.
No, Constitution's
or,
not
like-
in Constitution's not in Boston right now. Constitution's in Annapolis.
Yeah. He'd be on like little boats in the dock or something, but you never went out to sea, I suspect.
Never know. Maybe like a fishing excursion once on like a fucking tiny
lake.
trawler.
You
but-
went out on a lake in a little fishing boat once, maybe.
That explains why you never saw any of your Navy's ginormous aircraft carriers. I saw one once in San Francisco. Very
Come on,
impressive.
Torn, we gotta get over the bar.
Loaded with pea shooters.
They're not pea shooters, it'd be Corsair 1s, I think.
The time that you were in there, they were the little yellow-winged buffaloes.
No, this is before the Buffalo. The Buffalo comes around in 38.
Actually, yeah, true. Shit. But he kind of gives a nod, and we'll start rolling up the map and look to the other two. That'll take some of the information and whatnot that they got sitting there, and we'll start making their way on out. And he'll walk past you all and get to the door, kind of help press and hold it open. If you are hungry, there's what's left of the food in the chow hall, or of course.
Did
you're
we
welcome
manage to
join
snag
us.
any fruit on our way out or no?
Yeah, you guys got a little bushel of fruit in the plane with you.
All right, we're gonna on our way onto the ship. We're gonna hand it off to whoever's in charge of that.
Would it be a stretch to say I probably snagged a few dinner rolls?
No, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say you got a pocket full of dinner rolls.
Are you gonna put the dinner rolls in with the bushel of apples?
Yeah, dude, like real bread that hasn't like gone hard yet.
Your freaking honey buns.
damn hoarder.
Wait,
You can't keep
I'm not
getting
hungry.
away with
I'm
it.
German.
Let me see if I can find. Where did this go? Where did this go? No, I don't need that. I need this.
Oh god.
There we go. Okay.
I'm on a boat, mother.
Take a good hard look at my motherfucking boat. So, as you guys go walking on out, you're able to go to your plane. They're unloading the back of it. The two pilots are and scooting some of the equipment out for you guys and setting it down. You're able to start picking it up and ferrying it over to the docks and bringing it to some of the crew that are standing by who will take the equipment from you and start stashing it below in what is assumedly one or two of the rooms that you guys will be occupying. Including some of your heavier gear, weapons crates, equipment, some of the hand grenades. They seem pretty accustomed to you guys having more gear than not. As the six of you are now fully acquired, and who of you is
We've been
gonna
acquired by the ship.
who of you is gonna take the basket as you guys are walking up the gangplank towards the little destroyer?
How heavy is said basket?
Like
basket?
6-8 pounds? I don't know. How much fruit
I
do you
guess-
put in it?
Torrin's taking it.
Torrin's gonna take
Yeah.
it? Alright.
I mean, it's up to Torrin.
It's always
I brought
it's,
you-
it's the mascot. It's always the mascot.
I might like the
I
smell of
brought you this fruit basket.
Just lugging it up the steps like a child with a fucking plate. It's too big.
It's just a bushel of apples, man. Surely you've carried that before.
Yeah, but apples are really heavy.
Yeah. So Torrin's walking up, he's got his bushel of apples.
I'll help
And,
you with them
If
if you
he
need it.
hadn't have stuffed his pockets full of dinner rolls, it wouldn't have been so heavy.
Maybe. And the captain's kind of standing up there at the end of it and kind of looking to you, and he's got his hands in his coat pockets and just kind of smiling a bit. Is that for all
What
of
is
us?
he doing? What is he doing to that apple?
Caramelizing it.
Oh,
We had access to these before we flew down here, and we figured you might have less of a chance to get such things here.
Huh. Well, I won't say no. They can always use more fruit.
Where do you
I got
want
a
this?
goblet full of apples.
When you go below deck, should be the first left and then the first right, and you'll see the little dining preparation room there.
First left, first right.
The
Got it.
galley? Is it still called the galley?
It would be if it was an actual galley. You see,
The mess, because it makes a mess.
he gives
that's
kind
what
of
we
a
call
nod and motions all of you guys on as you hop aboard the ship, and eventually they pull up the gangplank, set it off to the side, and drop it down. As you hear the engines start kind of cogging and spooling up a bit. I realized I forgot to cue that up, so let me go find that.
Forgot to
real quick.
cue up the sound of a turbine.
Not the turbine, but
Steam
a
turbine.
ship, steamship
Diesel engine.
sounds.
As a steamship?
This is a destroyer. It'd be a turbine, man. Now, finding recordings of a turbine engine would be pretty difficult.
Yeah, it is.
Nah, it's just diesel. Just kidding, they ain't used diesel back then, I don't think.
Nope, diesel. You couldn't get the speed out of diesel you can get with a geared turbine or just a straight drive turbine.
With triple expansion steam, even.
Oh god.
Yeah. Speaking of, we're listening to triple expansion. I think this is a
Yeah.
steam train, isn't it?
No,
Apparently it's the Titanic's engines, so...
it was triple expansion. Yep.
Yeah.
I know the sound of triple expansion anywhere.
Me and my autism. I don't understand. Why make it go up and down when you can just make it spin?
I mean, yeah.
Because you get more torque.
Oh, I posted a picture of the kind of airplanes they would have been flying when I was in San Francisco.
Well, Saber, if you want a real answer to your question, it's because they get more torque out of it, and they don't.
Yeah,
have
but
to
you
have
don't
a
need torque
converter.
for a ship. Or generating electricity.
Yeah, true.
Hang on, I'll just slither really fast to generate some electricity.
Goes into the wardroom with the carpet, just starts slithering back and forth and sticks your hand in an outlet. Power the ship.
Don't touch me! Don't you get the
Just spinning in place, you can see the static building up on him, he's just reaching at you with a finger like, eh.
Yeah.
I guess
Turn mango to
lightning
turn
bolts.
mango.
Torrent pulls out his gun. I will shoot you for real. Don't do that.
Eldritch Blast!
Boy, we're making a very good
Magic
impression,
missile.
aren't we?
Magic missile.
Oh, very.
It's just a hypothetical.
Some
But-
guys in the corner, like, is this really what they sent us? Hey, man, do you hear about what they did in Sicily? These guys are fucking serious, man. Like,
They don't know who you guys are or what you've done, so...
I see your Eldritch Blast. I raise you one Eldritch Cannon.
Oh no.
Do you have an Eldritch depth charge rack?
Unfortunately, no.
So, in this longer voyage, in the first couple hours, Captain basically just allows you to kind of free roam around the ship, where you come to realize it's a smaller destroyer, not very long, not very formidable in any way. Seems like it's going just short of its max speed. It's smooth enough, and you realize a lot of its armament has been removed for what you would picture a destroyer would have, as the back quarter of the ship has pretty much been stripped away to mount a airplane catapult to the back, aiming straight back, with the modified sort of F4 water plane with the single engine on top of it mounted to it, that some of the additional winter equipment and other snow voyaging stuff that you would need is being currently stacked inside it by a handful of the crewmen. Well, you guys are kind of walking around on top deck, below deck, what have you. There's not too many rooms, and you get a general idea that there's maybe about 20 crew plus the captain. Very minimally manned. As far as weapons, you obviously got the command deck with the 6 up in there. You got a couple other crewmen, most of them below deck at the engines, and you have a handful, maybe 3 or 4 walking the top deck or just kind of hanging out. And you realize on the port and starboard side of the ship, right at the middle, is 2 mounted machine guns, basic Vickers water-cooled machine guns. And on the front is a somewhat dinged and dirty, definitely a bit antiquated to current weapon standards, single barrel cannon with a couple crates of shells in the set into the floor beside it. Looks like a little 4-inch gun, nothing too impressive, little 102 millimeter.
I'd like to
that's about the extent of
go.
it.
I'd like to go talk to our pilot for the float plane.
The pilot's leaning up beside it, and he's kind of stacking some of the stuff in with 2 other crewmen, some of the extra winter equipment and spare food you guys will be taking.
Kobold is there.
Alright. Peter and Kobold come walking up to him, and he kind of looks over to you expectantly. Hey, what can I do?
I am Father Choikov. I'm one of the people you're going to be flying
you're
around.
the ones I'm flying around. Yeah. Can I help you?
I just figured I'd meet with you, see what you expect to encounter on this journey.
Heavy winds, cold air drops, wind pockets, a couple stalls, and not actually landing on water despite having, and he taps it twice, a water plane. But we'll see how it goes.
Can this thing do snow?
Well, that's the hope.
Hope.
Well, we put some additional plating on the bottom of the buoys so that we should be able to, snow land.
Great.
Turn to a sled.
Have you ever landed on snow before?
Nope. But I'm happy to try.
Have you ever taken off from a catapult before?
Nope, that's my first as well.
Come
Don't worry,
on.
we're not actually taking off from the catapult. To my knowledge, or at least what they tell me, is if it doesn't seem... So we gotta be really smooth, they say. And if we're not really smooth and the ship's bouncing a whole bunch, it's really dangerous to launch from the catapult. So what they do is I think they called it a half throw, where they just kind of throw us, and we land in the water, and then we take off like a normal seaplane from the water. The problem with that is if the water's too choppy for a catapult ship to launch us, I don't know how they expect me to take off in choppy water, but yeah, we'll figure that out if it happens.
How long have you been flying for?
About 6 years.
Great.
As opposed to you, who have been flying for 6 hours.
You gotta start somewhere.
You can fly too.
Theoretically, just 4-engine.
Just the 4-engine, he says. Ha! Okay.
Perhaps it would be good if you showed him how to operate the aircraft somewhat. Much of this technology stuff is beyond me, personally.
I don't have a co-pilot. That might actually be a worthwhile endeavor. You able to climb up inside? I can show you how this thing works real quick.
Kobold is gonna shoot Peter that I see what you're doing look, and then scamper up.
He'll climb in, and he'll climb in the plane behind you. It's kind of an awkward, position to have to climb into it because it's up on the catapult at the moment. But once you're inside, roll me intelligence real quick.
Here's where
I can't wait for him to roll a 1 and accidentally fire the catapult.
Whoa! Go back, we lost the plane! Oof.
Yeah, as much as he tries to translate it to you, flying with the engine above instead of in front or beside is a little odd and different to you. And also the controls in this plane seem ass backward and upside down to you for some reason. You're not entirely sure why, but it's not fully clicking. You got the generals of that's a joystick, that's the ignition, but that's about it.
What? What do you mean only 600 horsepower?
It's a water plane. It's not like we're going very, very far.
I learned nothing.
Pretty much. It's a plane. It's a seaplane. It's a weird engine seaplane, but it's a cool one.
Eventually,
Small, kind of tighter cockpit.
eventually, when Cold climbs down, he'll just go.
That is an airplane.
Well, while they're up doing that, I'm gonna perform a little ritual to bless the airplane.
Alrighty. Father Drogover
Hey,
kind of
yeah,
walk
I-
around the
Sprinkle
front and
some
back
holy
of
water
it.
on it, wave some incense at it. You know the drill.
You'll do a little blessing and waving some incense. Two of the crewmen that finished loading it up are just kind of standing by, leaning back, watching this, and like kind of talking to each other quietly.
You're the monk from Air America.
Yeah, bless my plane. Nikos, what are you up to?
Yes.
For the first chunk of this voyage.
Probably just relaxing, not doing much really.
Hanging out in the wardroom with the officers. All those
Yeah,
other,
probably just
all those other fancy school educated people.
yeah, probably just chilling, not really doing much.
Alright. Top deck or below deck?
Does he know any of the other officers here?
There is only
By
one
any
officer
chance?
here, and that is the captain.
Oh come on, there should be an XO, and like a chief engineer.
If you guys seek out who the XO is, you'll possibly find him.
Probably top deck.
Alright. Just hanging
Watch
out
the
on-
water.
Yeah, just kind of watching the water, absorbing the sea. Feeling at home. Hachu, what are you up to?
You know what? I'm gonna be exploring ship.
Just kind of roaming about it, above and below, just seeing what's...
Yeah.
Alright.
Have fun fitting through those bulkheads, fucker. With those
Squeezing
shoulders.
through some of the bulkheads on like the second and third deck, just like, eh.
I am very tired. So
Given what we were told, should we be leaving him alone with the crew?
Maybe not.
Too late
the big
now.
snake
It's his
just
decision
coming
to
through the
go off.
bulkhead, like, ugh.
Some guy in a hospital bed missing an arm is like, ah!
This is a destroyer. It's cute. You think they have hospital beds?
They don't have hospital
A
beds, they
hospital
got a
hammock.
There's a petty officer who pulls double duty as the hospital corpsman.
Oh man.
Pretty much. But yeah, you're kind of exploring around the ship to seeing what's up. Leroy, what would you be up to?
Got a whale of a tale to tell you, lad. So a whale of a tale or two. Probably
Singing
just
sea shanties?
singing sea shanties. Yep, and just kind of taking in the world around me, 'cause I've never been.
Alright.
He's
Yeah.
never.
You haven't been
I've been
this
to
far
Brazil.
south. You've been to Brazil, but not this far south. So you're just kind of taking it in and being on this type of ship compared to the usual transport barges and whatnot that you've been on. We'll say you're up top with Nikos, just kind of looking outwards. Wilhelm, what are you up to?
Look at memes. I'm looking for the big cannons.
Well, there's a cannon. It's a 102 millimeter cannon.
I guess I'll
Shockingly smaller than the 150 millimeter that you behold.
I could just see Wilhelm walking around the deck making upset arm gestures.
Where's the guns?
I'm literally just gonna look at. I'm gonna look at the gun. I'm gonna like find one of the essentially one of the I guess artillerists. I don't know if they'd be artillerists on a ship.
Gunner's mate.
Well,
Gunner's mate.
Oh,
It'd
okay.
be a gunner's mate, yeah.
Well, there's probably a gunner. It's the British, so it's probably still a gunner and a gunner's mate.
get a gun your mate.
Why would the gunner bring his wife aboard?
No, it's his apprentice.
So I'm gonna look for the gunner's mate. I'm actually gonna talk to him about how the cold weather affects their essentially affects the cannons in general.
Alrighty. You
you find the two of them that man that little front gun. You can assume there's maybe 2 or 3 others that like would man the machine guns or help in other areas. You
Yeah, I
find
don't
the
care about
2
machine
up
guns.
there by the cannon, and they basically give you a good half an hour to hour long whinge of the shells and where they're currently held on the outside of the ship here and the way that they are really sucks because they get hit by all the seawater and elements, and then the breach is a pain in the ass to upkeep, and the gun is not the most accurate, and it seizes up after X amount of shots, and it has a very rough time, and also it's a far cry from the guns that they have been using. You gotta keep in mind this is one of the basically take your typical like artillery cannon on a ship and put kind of a half dome shield on it, and the back is open to the wind and the elements. That is the gun on the front of the ship.
Yeah, they bent the
Pretty
dock.
common.
They bent the barrel
I'm
in
try-
22
asking
in a
them-
dock accident, and we just sort of bent it back.
I start asking them like how often they oil it and what type of oils do they use, given the difference in temperature and the
They chuckle
more
a little bit to you. We've had the ship for 2 days. We haven't oiled shit.
I will offer to help them oil it.
They look to you with a expectant, do you have oil?
I now go and try to find oil.
Give me an investigation.
A bit of joint grease from the engine room would do something.
He
Well,
finds
anything I'm
the
looking for.
barrels of crude oil. No, actually, no. It would be whaling oil from the Falklands.
Yep. Damn. Okay, yeah,
22.
These guys are actually kind of hitting the nail on the head a little bit. Some of the oil that was stolen from another ship docked at the Falklands that you could assume was like hastily hid down below deck for the engineers to use. You're able to go and get like a little coffee can worth of it and kind of scoop it out and take it for yourself and walk it back up top with a 2 kind of bigger sort of dirty rags and a half a coffee can full of old oil that you can use to start wiping it if you want to.
I mean, I'm not doing it by myself. I'm gonna have them help me with it.
Well, they're gonna help you. They'll lean in and give you a little bit of assistance where they can and like point to some of the parts, and yeah, you'll spend a little while prepping this gun, doing some rotations with it and some elevation tests. It seems pretty good to go.
Oh, and I'm gonna do one more thing.
Who?
Because I can. Because the thing I put on Peter's gun pretty much went bye-bye. I'm going to do... Ooh, what's that? Yeah, that's what I know what to do. I'm going to do that to the gun.
Enhanced weapon, +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. Okay. Yeah, while you're oiling this up, you kind of look it over, you're aiming through the sight on it, and kind of appreciating it. You give it a couple pats, and put your hand on it for a few extra moments as it gives a very faint shimmer around the breech in the barrel that disappears and dissipates into it.
This gun right here, I just slap it. This gun right here, this is a beautiful gun.
She could handle 10 shells a minute.
This ship is gonna make history in another 10 years for being one of those fucking random ships that like sinks like 4 destroyers.
He's gonna sink all the
And I
U-boats.
shit you not, the HMS Lance, this pre-World War I destroyer, charged down the Scharnhorst.
Oh god.
James, what was the destroyer that really did that? Was that Cossack?
God. When you put me on the spot, I don't remember.
I want to say Cossack was right.
God, let me look it up.
Well, you guys are floating around and hanging out for a while. It's a good calming moment. Nikos and Torn, you guys are at the back of the plane, or back of the ship, hanging out by the plane, finishing up your inspection and blessing. Hachu, you're down below deck, crawling through some of the doorways and whatnot, and just kind of inspecting beneath. Wilhelm, you're up at the front gun, and Leroy and Nikos, you guys are kind of leaning forward, hanging off the front, just kind of looking outwards. And I would
Can
like
I do
to-
one more thing?
Sure.
This is the other thing I want to do. Just to one of my pistols. I'm assuming I did it already, but just I could have done it on the flight too.
True. But when you finish
Basically,
all this,
instead of a
you can work
wand,
harder.
staff, or rod, I do it to one of my pistols.
Okay. And what does this do? As a spellcasting focus. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I can, whenever I cast an artificer spell through it, I can roll a d8, and you gain a bonus to one of the spell's damage rolls equal to that number roll.
Okay. Now that's cool.
I'll roll d8 right now, just for funsies.
Yeah.
There we go. So one of my damage rolls has a +7.
Damn.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, wait. Hey. Oh.
You okay there?
I'm doing things
And stuff.
and stuff. Oh no! Oh no! I disconnected the piece of water. There we go. Now it's connected. But you guys are floating on and along. Nikos and Leroy, I want a perception check from the two of you.
All right.
Rolling
There's
performance.
a snake on the boat. I'm sick and tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking boat.
There's a snake on the
It was
boat.
HMS Acasta, not Cossack.
Ah.
Acasta of actually very similar vintage.
I cast a magic missile into the darkness.
That was bad, and you should feel bad.
Yes, son, you're fired.
I'm the only one here who's a dad, so I can make those dad jokes.
I cast a dinner roll in your forehead.
I think I'm the only one here who's a dad.
I cast non-magic missile.
Oh, this is something.
I cast aim 9 Sidewinder.
Into the daylight. I cast
Father,
Hiroshima.
I
into
crave the
dark night.
forbidden heat source.
Pull up.
I cast
pull up.
Hiroshima into the darkness.
Altitude,
Terrain. Whoop whoop. Terrain.
Alright. So as you guys are on the front of the ship floating along, kind of hitting some of the waves, if you need to, you can reference bearings and a little bearing chart on the bottom left of this map. However, the two of you looking outward, you see kind of a white chop out in the distance that's kind of skimming and bouncing a little bit. And you kind of lose sight of it for a while behind a couple waves and ripples of the water.
Oh shit. Oh yo, we got like a compass rose.
Then a few moments later, you see that white chop kind of popping up again, about 600 meters out, and then kind of disappear behind another wave.
I'm not involved in
That
this.
looks
I can't
suspicious.
comment. I'm muting my
Yeah.
mic. Call me when you need me.
I'm going to go find someone, probably the captain or like a
You-
gunnery crew guy or something.
You could probably see them from your current position, like down below.
Hey, I think I see something in like
Kind
Glad
of
you said
like
to-
you're waving your hands
Yeah.
up to them, type deal.
yeah.
One of the
I think I see something like 600 meters out.
one of the helmsmen looking through his binoculars lowers and looks to you, and then you see him kind of call over, and the captain comes walking up, sees you two.
Contact,
He'll walk out.
600 meters.
He'll walk out the side of the little command deck and look to you and kind of call out, "What's that?"
So I think I saw something 600 meters out that way and pointing in whatever direction it was.
He'll blink a couple times, hold his hand out to his side, and the fucking deckhand will walk up and hand him the binoculars. He'll look through the binoculars and kind of outwards a little bit.
Contact, 600 meters.
Kind of lowers the binoculars for a second and looks to you.
Gone,
gives a little
sonar,
bit of a
new
shrug.
contact, bearing,
Straight.
Yeah, this
bearing
gives,
170. Designate Victor 1.
Gives a little bit of a shrug. But he'll kind of walk back in. That you see him talking a little bit, and one of the crewmen will come walking back out to that little side portion of the command deck, and we'll wait for the two of you to come up top.
All right.
Do you
Go
go
over.
with him, Leroy?
Sure.
Alright. So the two of you will make your way on up. You kind of climb up the little ladder and then get up on the little command deck and step inside. There's 4 crewmen up in there and the captain. He's got the binoculars, and he kind of looks to you and hands the binoculars to you. You said you saw what again?
Something. I'm not sure what. Odd, like white crest. About 600 meters out.
Which way?
Which way was it? You never said.
You guys both perceived it. It was almost to your direct north.
Oh,
Direct
bearing
north.
00.
Baron 00.
00.
Alright. Well, I'm not seeing anything currently.
Quarters
at
the
that
way to
distance.
horizon.
He'll kind of look over to the helmsman. Says the
I'm not
3/4
saying-
ahead, fool.
Not saying there's anything there. Just keep an eye out.
Eh, doesn't hurt to not be safe. If you'd wish, we could always use the extra eyes up here.
Sure.
Thank you. And
Go
he'll
up,
kind
go
of
up to the high tops.
he'll hand you the binoculars. And you guys continue
Yes.
floating along for a little while. Are the two of you gonna kind of maintain looking outwards and doing perimeter, or just more so kind of
Yeah.
hanging out, or?
No, I'm off.
While they're doing this, I'm going around blessing random things on the ship and the ship itself.
Barrel, rope, life preserver.
You're walking
Just swinging the incense around.
You're walking a little bit below deck. You end up running into Hachu, who's down near the engine, and you just kind of start blessing the engine a little bit. Hachu, you're watching them do this. Thorin, you eventually make your way to the top deck, and you run across Wilhelm with the other 2 gunners, kind of oiling up and preparing the front gun, making sure it's in a better
We're
working
doing
shape.
what together?
They're oiling up.
I mean, I know we're a part of the Navy now, but damn, that was fast.
And up on the very top, you got Nikos and Leroy kind of standing together, looking outwards. I'd like a perception check from the two of you again up top.
Yep.
Come on, Hachu. This is the Royal Navy,
Is there
not the
enough
RAF.
binoculars to go around?
Everyone seems
Yeah,
to be
there
doing
would be.
Well, hey, hell, it's not gay if we're underway, right?
Nikos and Leroy, you guys are looking outwards, and you're kind of looking at that further distance out, trying to see, maybe there's something still floating out there. Maybe there's another like white break in the water somewhere. Kind of looking at some of the waves. Some of them look a little peculiar. And as you lower the binoculars and kind of look to each other, Leroy doesn't quite notice it. However, Nikos, you barely notice it in the bottom of your vision. Let me see if I can get this to work correctly.
Torpedo in the water! Torpedo in the water!
I would like everybody to make me a Constitution save.
Oh boy, I can't wait to sink in the Arctic
Let's
Ocean.
go!
Nat 20.
Well, Cobalt's dead.
Constitution save. Damn! All
Why
these
is everyone-
Leroy's going overboard.
Why is everyone looking around? What's going on?
Oh god.
This gets thrown 30 feet down the hole.
Just- Oh god. Okay. Wow. Wilhelm, I'm assuming because you're holding onto the gun, you're perfectly fine, and you've been around shocks and booms before. Nikos, you are water. You are kung fu. You flow like the water. You don't feel shit.
You are.
Peter, you gotta put a hand to the wall, but you're able to catch yourself. So are you, Hachu, down below deck. Leroy, you fall back and like land on your ass in this little like cupola nest that you guys are standing in, next to Nikos. And Torn, you just fall straight forward onto your chest, rather heavily. As let me shift this on over. Yeah.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
Did we hit an iceberg again?
Torn and Leroy, I need both of you to roll me a d6. Ooh.
I'm assuming that's damage.
It is indeed. Torn and Leroy. Torn, you take 4. Leroy, you take 3 damage of basic kind of blunt trauma. As the back engine of the ship and part of the catapult goes up in a nice big poofy impact that cracks everybody's ears for a half moment. The alarms go off. Everybody starts getting up from their knee or from their position. The captain is starting to crank on a freaking bell as quick as he can. And those of you down in the engine bay, you realize there is water starting to get at about ankle to shin depth.
I'm gonna turn to the first crewman I see and say, "Where is the casualty clearing station?
You think we have one of those?
Where are you going to send them? Mess deck?
Probably the mess deck, yes.
That's where I'm going."
Alright, if we have any, we'll send them there. The snake! And he'll kind of point over to you, Hachu.
What?
You're
What?
big enough.
What am I
You see
supposed-
anyone injured, grab them and drag them to your friend. And the two of them are going to go
Alright.
over to the engine and start looking to it as water is starting to fill up in the bottom deck a little bit. Torn, you're able to get back to your hands and knees and stand up again as the ship is kind of rocking side to side a bit. It didn't hit very hard, but it seems like it clipped the very back left of the ship as smoke is starting to billow up a little bit from the outside.
I should give you flooding in the lazarette, not the engine room.
Well, you knew what you were getting into. All right, you knew exactly what you were getting into with this.
As I pass by anybody, I'm going to let them know that they're flooding in the engine. That there's flooding in the engine room.
All right.
And
You'll
tell them to
by,
pass word or go help.
You'll pass by 2 other guys who will kind of hear that. And they'll nod to you and start running to grab other crewmen. And everybody's starting to go to their stations. You see gunners running past you, Torn, and you, Wilhelm, as they go and start manning the machine guns. The 2 other gunners start hopping on the gun and getting it ready. Everybody's starting to prep up.
I don't know what to do.
I'm immediately gonna cast my gun.
I cast gun!
Mini Eldritch Cannon pops up on the top deck between you and Torn and kind of crawls a little
cast
bit and
gun.
plants its feet down into the deck and kind of digs itself in.
And it's gonna be the Force Ballista.
Okay. Nikos and Leroy, as Leroy's able to get back to your feet and kind of start looking outwards again, I'd like the 2 of you to give me another perception check.
All right.
I don't wanna.
We're fucked. There's another torpedo coming from the spread.
So, are we gonna turn into it? Or like...
Bro, the stern has been hit. We don't have a rudder.
That's all right.
Rudder? I don't even know her.
You got a rudder. Still have rudder control.
If you wanted it to hit the aft engine room, it would be right about here.
Roughly. It hit towards the back left. Somewhere along there. It didn't take
Right
out
here
rudder
is gonna
control
be
though, and
minor.
the engine's just flooding a little bit.
Okay.
Port stern, port stern.
Did you say port stern?
Yeah. So, Nikos and Leroy, as you guys look out through your binoculars, Leroy, you're still a little shaken, and your ears got that little bit of ringing going to it. You're not really able to see anything. Nikos, though, you catch pretty quick and easy eyes on it. Let me switch this to token layer.
Port
Oh,
quarter.
shit.
Oh.
We got more.
You see two white streaks skipping kind of towards the top of the water through some of the chop, heading towards you from. And if you want to use the compass, you can get a rough idea. That's around bearing 20 or north-northeast. Rapidly
More.
approaching.
More coming in. North-northeast. 20.
You're gonna yell and call that down to him, and you see one of the helmsmen look up to you, and then looks
Here.
down.
In-game images, if you guys care for the actual terminology.
Yeah. Ah, there we go. To starboard, port of the bow. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
As you see the two streaks approaching a bit quicker and more rapid, closing in with you. Pretend the water in the ship is moving, and I'm just moving the streaks in correlation to you guys. One of the helmsmen will call up to you, and he'll yell out, "Mr. Copeland, perhaps you can tell us what angle, because we can't see what you see."
I'm kind of dizzy because, yeah. My constitution failed me.
Nikos, it's all on you.
Nikos.
Can I tell what angle they're coming in at with the 16 also?
Roughly, yep. You can use a little bit of your own visual to see how they are progressing towards you in relation to how you're moving.
I said north, like northeast to them.
Yep. So as they're closing on in, would you like to shout any assumptions or commands or angles or turns that you think they might want to take?
This
Picked the wrong
hurts
guy to be up there.
physically.
You do hard
Just
left
shout
turn.
rudder, hard port. Just shout hard left rudder.
Hard left.
He'll kind
And
of
then hold on.
Brother.
He'll nod and be like, okay, and go running inside and echo that to him. And they'll start turning it as, let me orient this to, as you guys are turning left.
After about 30 seconds, call hard right rudder. And then rudder amidships after about 5.
So,
He doesn't know that.
He doesn't know any of this. He's not naval trained.
Nah. I don't have the boatisms.
So as the ship yanks
This is one of
very
my
hard
completely.
left-
This is unironically one of my completely useless in real life skills.
So as the ship hangs very hard left, hard to port, and is banking, everybody's kind of gripping on a little bit as it's starting to turn. All the water below deck is shifting to the right. The two white swells in the water come blowing past just the front of the nose of the ship and continue sailing off past you a little ways.
Ow! The bow of the ship.
The nose, the bow, the front. I'm using common terms for those who don't have boatisms.
I know.
Thank you.
That moment when I was a deckhand.
I've heard nose used in that exact context before in historical quotes, so I can't really complain about that one. You know, the just passing by the very nose of the ship, just the very tippy tip most bit of the ship.
So as they start correcting right again and continuing back on an eastward path, they kind of level out, and the alarms are still kind of going in the background. The captain comes running out of the command deck and goes, "Well, I suppose you should keep your eyes out. That should be 3 torpedoes, if I'm not mistaken."
How many come
Right.
standard for a U-boat?
Ha! We're lucky if they fire all 4.
All right.
So he'll kind of give you a nod to that notion of like, maybe one more torpedo in the water somewhere. We'll go back inside, and one of the helmsmen will step back outside to constantly have an ear out for you two who are kind of on involuntary observation duty. And he'll call out below deck. You'll hear some of the crewmen yelling, running to and fro, back and forth, trying to figure out what's going on as they start to figure out where the leak is coming from through some of the seams in the bulkhead. It didn't actually rupture the hole, it just shooketh, for lack of better words. So you got one of those kind of seam leaks. and they're starting to pack it in and close it off. They're trying to get one of the little auxiliary pumps down below working. It's not wanting to turn on.
In a shocking twist, the magnetic detonator did not function as intended. Who could have guessed?
Who'd have thunk that German torpedoes weren't the best?
Kobold
Nobody's
is
torpedoes
just
were the best.
Frozen to the railing. The nearest solid thing that was in grabbing distance after he stood up, that is now what he is just death gripping to.
There's a little bit of a rail in between the gun on the front deck and the front of the command structure.
Yeah,
so you can
he's
kind
right
of just
there.
gripping onto that.
He's
Well,
frozen
I posted
right
a
there.
picture of the lance again.
Yeah.
Just-
It's pretty shit.
Oh yeah, that railing, right below the command deck. He's just fucking.
Yeah. As you guys
Oops.
are, as you guys are skipping along a little bit further and a little bit along, continuing through the water, things seem kind of clear. The alarm turns back off after about 20 minutes. It seems any attempt to try to torpedo you guys thankfully missed. I would like everybody to make me a... Let's see, this is a... I would like everybody to make me a charisma save.
Charisma save.
Damn, Wilhelm. The most
Damn.
uncharismatic. Oh, actually, no, he goes.
Perfectly average, apparently.
And we just need Leroy. Yeah. And we need
Unfazed, smoking his
Hachu.
pipe, just chill.
Nice. All right. Of everybody here, Nikos, Leroy, you look over to the side, and Nikos just kind of, his eyes close, and he just kind of slowly flumps forward and is sleeping, hanging over the side of the nest that you guys are in. Torin and Wilhelm, the two gunners beside you, just kind of go a little weak at the knee and flop to the side, falling asleep on the deck. You hear a couple thumps up above you as you see one of the helmsmen in the command deck is asleep. And you all feel a little bit of a kind of magical spell on you, kind of withering away over the ship. Peter and Hachu, you see all the mechanics and the two guys running down the bulkhead, down the hallway, literally trip on themselves and fall down, falling asleep. To your knowledge, you have the two machine gunners on either side who managed to stay awake, and you have one of the helmsmen kind of in a panic right now, looking to everybody else in the command deck who fell asleep.
So, who all of us is awake?
Everyone except for Nikos.
All right.
The one guy who can see things.
Seeing the engineers fall asleep, I'm gonna go find either Torin or Wilhelm, because we need someone in the engine room.
You'll find Torin frozen to the railing.
Torin's up on top deck, frozen to the railing. So as you come running up to the top, you see Wilhelm there by the cannon. He's got the little crab claw crawling beside him, dug in, and Torin is just gripping. You kind of look up and you see Nico's passed out over the side of the nest with Leroy standing beside him, looking kind of puzzled.
First, I'm gonna turn to these two, and I'm gonna say, how much do you two know about turbine engines?
A lot.
Good. Someone needs to get down to the engine room. Everyone in there just fell asleep.
I wanna... Okay.
Come on, Thorin. You can do it. I believe in you. Hachu's down there, and he can help you with anything.
Okay. He it takes him a few seconds to let go of the railing, like.
I'm paying for our pedicures. By the way.
Fuck your
pedicure?
pedicures.
Well, Torin's gonna need one after this now.
Yeah. He's chipping his nails on the railing.
So yeah, I get Torin is going to navigate his way down in the
Alright.
most least dignified fashion.
You're kind of skipping your way past. You see two of the bodies sleeping down on the ground, passed out. You kind of step over them, make your way down. There's a little water sloshing back and forth, and you got Hachu standing there, a little puzzled.
Why is there water? Why is there water in the boat? The water is supposed to be outside of the boat.
They plugged the hole already, right? And
They did plug
me
the
and
hole,
Hachu
yeah.
know that.
Yep, they plugged the hole. You guys were able to see that.
Stick your thumb in it.
Hachu,
Oh God, sorry.
you,
I'm kind of falling asleep. I'm really tired. I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
you need to calm the kobold.
Oh, Jesus.
There's water in the boat. Why is there water in the boat?
That happens whenever torpedoes are fired at us. They already sealed the hole. We're good. We need to get to work.
Okay, what?
Oh god, he's just there in the engine room.
Yep, you guys are down in the engine room.
Well, and that's what needs to be done.
Okay, we're back
Trolling,
to
and
the
then I
start of the
assume
campaign.
manual control because it's not actually ran from the bridge. I assume it's run from the engine
Yep,
room.
you're gonna have a telegraph.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm assuming, Peter, you'll probably man the command deck with Leroy
First,
on top.
I'm gonna help Wilhelm clear away the two guys who are unconscious
On the
away
top
from the
deck.
gun.
Yeah.
No, yeah, the two away from the gun. And I'm gonna see if I can wake Nikos up by splashing cold water on him or something.
Get water.
You'll climb your way up. You'll splash them. It won't work.
Slap him.
Is this like a curse or a regular spell?
This is a curse.
How? I can only cast Remove Curse on one person, can I?
Yep.
Alright, I'm sorry, Nikos, but that's going on the captain.
Nah, that's understandable. I get it.
Aw.
I mean,
Alright, so I'm gonna cast. Do you want me to actually cast it, or does it just go through?
If you want to attempt to cast it, you can.
Alright. It just gives me that.
I would like you to roll me a. What is your spellcasting modifier? What do you cast with? Charisma, correct?
Yeah.
Roll me a charisma save.
Is he wisdom? Because he's a cleric?
He is.
Is it
a...
wisdom?
Actually, you are a cleric.
Where do I see?
On your
Where does
spell
it-
list.
Oh
in the
yeah,
top right.
spellcasting ability is wisdom. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I get
Yeah. Roll me
5
a-
spellcasting bonus.
Roll me a wisdom save then.
Hey, 15 ain't
Wisdom
bad.
save, not wisdom.
Yeah,
Oh.
wisdom save. To my knowledge, you got a higher stat buff with that one.
Yeah, it does.
16
not
ain't bad.
accurate.
Oh, it didn't matter that fucking much.
All right. Thank you, dice. Very cool.
So as you take a knee to cast this on him, the spell goes through and it hits him. But he's not jolting. He's not moving. He's not waking up. He is still asleep. It's a nice slumber, but he's out.
Is he regular asleep now?
I don't know.
Then gonna give him a nice shake and see if that wakes him up.
You shake him a little bit. He's still just a bit limp and sleeping real nice like.
All right. So much for that. Leroy, what do you see? I'm gonna come up onto the command deck.
Leroy,
Which, by the way, I know you've been saying go inside, but all British destroyers up until the 1970s had completely open bridges.
They did. I like to pretend this one had a roof. That just
They'll
seems
have like a
nice for
tarp
British.
over the.
Canvas
They'll have
roof
a.
or something?
They'll have a tarp over them, but they won't have like an actual roof.
Yeah, it's like a tarp or like a kind of modified structure of some sort. They got some sort of enclosure because you guys are going in the snow area.
Before airplanes.
Before airplanes could strafe you, yeah. Yeah, Leroy, give me a perception check.
Good friend.
Hey,
dying.
Perfect. Leroy.
Uh-oh.
Off the front right, you see another white streak approaching towards the ship, rather close.
Torpedo!
Off the
Starboard broad angle.
Off the right.
Board
there's
the
two.
starboard beam.
How much? How autism do I get to go into this, Nox?
You can if you want.
Do it.
Go for
Do it.
All right.
You can go
I'm gonna
autism.
turn to the helmsman, and I'm just gonna shout, "Hard right rudder!"
He'll look to you and nod, start cranking the wheel as much as he can. And let's do
I'm
this
gonna
in a bit of a turn
grab-
base here.
I'm gonna grab the alarm, and I'm gonna start swinging that, and I'm gonna wait until I hear or see the helmsman hit the stops on the rudder. And when he does, I'm gonna call rudder amidships.
Alrighty. So as you can assume, it didn't impact, but because of the water chop as it is, you're assuming it's hopefully skipping past you, passing you on the port side currently and sailing off behind you. As you guys start to straighten out and level out, and the helmsman looks to you again, starting to trying to get that working. It's one man manning what like multiple people should. Torin, I would like you to roll me a sleight of hand check.
Okay, 19.
Nice. Okay, yeah. That goes without fail. Torin is able to properly start adjusting and grabbing what he needs to, and is keeping it flowing pretty steady for the time being.
Scampering around the engine room.
Just scampering around, just trying to like man every little bit that you can.
I'm assuming there's a clock somewhere on the bridge.
There is.
I'm gonna wait about 3 minutes, then I'm gonna call a course change to a random north-south heading. Let's call it a course change to 022.
022. Alright.
Come left to new course 022.
So they'll correct to 22 and start making their way northeast once again.
After about 2 minutes, I'm gonna give another call to, let's say, bearing 120. Make it 122 or 124. Slightly off. Make it just that much more difficult for the Submariners. I'm gonna keep this up, watching the clock, making sure it's not. These course changes are not on static time intervals, and they're not on the same heading consistent.
You are being a turd, good sir.
But averaging the previous course set.
Alright.
Achoo! More coal! We're losing pressure in boiler 2! Pull the injector!
It'd be oil. We're new enough for oil.
Is it oil?
It'd be oil.
Yeah, we're new enough for bunker fuel.
Torin and Hachu, give me sleight of hand checks, as you guys are having to maintain with these movements that he's making.
Oh,
damn, Torin. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have no problems making these movements with him feeding.
Unless I crit fail it.
Unless you crit fail, then it might just be standard. Hey! Holy shit, okay.
I don't know, we need the power. Bring it down. Less water in the boilers.
So as you're starting to level out again on one of your
It's a gas ship. What do you mean boilers?
on one of your
No, there's boilers.
There's
It's
boilers.
the oil is burned to create steam in the
Okay.
Skipping the boilers is a notoriously dangerous tactic, but an effective one.
As you guys are starting to skip your way out, I would like Leroy to make me another perception roll, please.
I hate you so much.
Leroy catches eyes on it. Let me move these two white streaks into token layer.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no.
Wait, how many fucking subs are surrounding us?
Feel free to call out the angles, Leroy, using the compass.
You can use the call out or the actual bearings.
Hang on, there's
Or just say port and starboard quarter.
turn it left or steer it right.
The double natural 20 on the fucking sleight of hand for the reptiles in the boilers.
Dude, you guys are fucking working away at it.
Well, I'm gonna make you roll another one, and you better pull it off, otherwise we're fucking dying. All astern! Nope. This is a head flank hard right rudder moment.
Yeah, what he said.
You've played World of Warships. You should know how to pull this off. Don't you do torpedo
Yeah,
beats?
I play War Thunder Naval. I'm just. It's late. I'm brain dead. Leave me alone.
I got you. So, with that perception check, you're able to call out the angle and rough speed that they're approaching from as they start to close with.
How fast are the torpedoes compared to us?
They shouldn't be that fast. This is
Not
1936.
Yeah, not that fast.
But then again, the destroyer's not that fast.
We can only move the
Destroyer
lines as far
pushes
either.
maybe 25 miles an hour.
Miles
Oh, come on. At least say 25 knots.
Come on.
I have the knots in here somewhere. Let me see what the knot is. Knot speed. Max speed 29 knots, or 33 miles an hour on smooth water.
Oops.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, hey, because Cobalt's skimming the boilers, we're pushing 30.
How fast? Yeah, after those, we should be. Yeah. All right, how fast are we compared to those torpedoes? Because they're in a chase position. Are they doing 30 knots? Are they doing 25? Those would have to be some real fucking close submarines to be doing.
They would indeed, because these are in fact pushing 32.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna say. What's that about? 130 you have it set to? I'm gonna say come left to new course, 111. And I'm gonna slam the engine telegraph to flank speed.
Jesus Christ, okay.
Ching, ching.
We'll see how that works then. Reptiles, give me sleight of hand.
17.
Nice.
All of it. We need all of it.
Ooh. Thanks to the nat 20s previously, though, you guys are still riding off that high. This will pass without problem. Let me angle this to what you're at.
Don't worry. Boilers react slowly.
I'm a snake the size of Larry the fucking lobster. What do you expect from me?
This is where you're at currently. As these two torpedoes are streaking towards you, or at least where you can assume.
I'm gonna fuck with shit. Get ready to brace for impact, and I'm gonna slam the engine telegraph into all back emergency.
All back. Okay, both of you give me a sleight of hand.
Just I imagine like the ring and the kobold's head snapping around to seeing all back. He's like, what?
Oh.
I'm gonna step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Oh, good. Ooh, okay.
I got one engine going all back immediately, and the other one doing it at a reasonable speed.
It's a little rough, and yeah, you're actually kind of right. It's a little rough.
The whole ship shakes.
It's having a rough time. As from the command deck, you're able to look over and you see just off the left one streaking past, and the other one on the right streaking out past just a little ways as you guys come to a very shaking, jarring hole. I need Wilhelm to make me a deck save up on front.
We just cavitated 10
No,
years
well,
off
he
those
should
bombs.
have it. He should have advantage because I shouted brace, and he's up on deck, so at least he can hear me.
True, true. Yeah, you can make a deck save with advantage then. That makes sense, since you're prepped for it.
Thank you.
Ooh, oh yeah. Yeah, those poor propellers are gonna be due for some time.
Torpedoes collide with each other and explode in front of us.
That'd be fucking hilarious. But two torpedoes go streaking off, and after a while disappear behind some waves, and eventually putter on out.
After after the torpedo, like almost immediately after the torpedoes have passed us, I'm gonna grab the telegraph and I'm gonna signal a head full again.
22.
There you go.
All right, sleight of hand from our boiler techs.
But it is.
God damn it.
It's okay. You guys can do this a lot more gently.
All right, yeah, back full. Hachu's having a little rough time in the
Not back
smaller
full, a head
space. Head full. Kind of shoveling it in.
Torrin thinks they're still in the shit, dude. Nah, he's fucking wiping sweat from his forehead. Fucking.
Yeah,
Cha-ching,
he's going ham. You're
Look,
also
as far as
putting
I'm
half of it
concerned,
into
we
his
are
as
in
well.
the shit.
So as you guys are continuing along, maintaining your now easterly course once again.
Can I? I'm gonna continue calling out randomized, or almost randomized courses, and I'm gonna do it about every. I'm gonna bring it down to from every 3 to 5 minutes to every 1 to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Why is he turning so much? I don't.
Then can I take a look at the because the crew would have been, before they passed out, would have been keeping a track of position and everything on a chart on the bridge. I want to look at that, figure out where we are, where we're going, and I mean, I know where we're going generally, but like where we are relative to where we're going, and all that kind of jazz.
You guys are roughly. Let me look here, get a rough idea. About 50 nautical miles from your destination, which is almost directly to your southeast, if I'm not mistaken.
It's been what, maybe 10 minutes since everyone passed out?
About.
I'm going to continue the randomized courses, but we're going to turn. I'm going to turn the ship around. We're gonna head back along roughly along where we've come.
Oh.
Generally away from Deception Island.
Okay. So you guys are going to be making your way on a sort of westward path. And at the moment, when you're going directly westward, let's see if I can get this correct here.
Whoop.
Actually, angle this correct. Leroy, for the last one of the session, give me a perception roll, please.
I think you said he had to step away. I don't know if he's back yet.
Yeah, he did have to step away fully. You know what? We'll just do this as the teaser for next session before we end it here.
Oh, shit.
Hello.
You say that, but we're in the best position possible to dodge that right now.
Yeah.
That's 25 degrees
good.
left rudder, followed by midships the rudder, and maybe a little bit to the right, depending.
Yeah, whip that ass out.
Just whip it out to the side. Whee! But for now, we will pause it there. And we will resume that come next session.
Hey Saber, aren't you glad that you didn't fall asleep?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I did, so you can take over to the ship captaining bit.